it used to be, bring kitu yote. Leta kitu yote. No. Kitu kidogo. It used to be kitu kidogo. Leta kitu kidogo. But now, what about here? Kitu yote. They give you money to do a dam, to do a valley dam. And when you go there, what do you find? They give you money to do a hospital. You are the hospital experts. And when you go there, what do you find? So, kitu chote. Kitu chote. Kitu chote. Not even a little, not even musingi. So, governance, therefore, corporate governance is a relationship that you must know what you are doing. Now, our subject today is the board and board dynamics and board effectiveness. All right? We're given 2 hours, but we are going to do it in 30 minutes, I think, because we've got lunch. And when the tummy is complaining, nobody is going to follow anywhere. You know that. You know the biology of an individual. Once there's a complaint there, then the brain gets sick. Right. So we have distributed the handouts. Everybody knows. So we are going to discuss, just to discuss. You'll help me to move it fast, I think. Because I want to look at these people when I'm talking, not to look at this. Can you? I said we want to relate, and therefore it's better to relate when you are looking at each other, isn't it? Right. So we start with dynamics. Dynamics, you don't stay in one place, you keep moving. And what controls dynamics? The environment controls dynamics. Your training controls dynamics. Your documents control dynamics. And we're trying to cover the intricacies and sources of dynamics, the dilemma of board dynamics, challenges of groupthink, the management of groupthink, and down here on effectiveness, we try to define it and then go down to see the tools of board effectiveness, including business-like meetings, enhancing effectiveness, and performance evaluation, which you have been discussing here. We shall end on that one. Right. So, the intricacies of body dynamics. How do they arise? You're on a board. You want to relate. Your relationship will be controlled by the changing environment. And the changing environment at the board includes you know or you don't. That is, you train or you are not trained. If you are trained, you know what the best practice is. You know what the strategic plan is. You know how to relate to each other. If you are not trained, you just sit there and look at your phone, follow the internet, and you try to run after two cats, you catch none. You try to follow the program on the internet, and here you catch none. That's the law of nature. Run after two cats, you catch none. And you know why? Because each one will dodge you. Each one will dodge you. Right. Now, intricacies also depend on what we call a hands-on or a rubber stamp board. What are we? A hands-on are you are interested in what is going on, you go on following, perhaps you go on even directing. You've been talking about management, board sometimes interfering with management issues. And that may be not because a fault of their own, it's because they are not properly guided. It's because perhaps the board charter, they don't guide them fully. The board charter should spell out the roles of the board. The board charter should spell out the roles of management. Now, we have been at it. What are the roles of the board? Anyway, we are going to go. We are going to see it. But you will know what the roles are. Offhand, does anybody know the role of the board? Offhand. Just give me one role. I'll give you one. One role is governance. You must govern the institution. And how do you govern? By distribution of power. Dr. Okero said it. By distribution of power amongst the stakeholders. So governance is one role. That's very important. You must know it. You must be able to distribute power to persons that are going to carry it out. Power distributed on the basis of what? Of merit. Is that wrong? But it could have other criteria. Can you mention any other criteria where power is distributed in this country? Where you come from. That's one criteria. Is that true? Yes. And what is in it for me? Are you able to contribute something to me before I give you this power? Power in the board is distributed according to merit. Why? Why merit? Merit being able for you to do the work. You have to be able to execute the work. That's merit. Whether you are small, whether you are dark, whether what the gender you have, as long as you are able to do the work, that's merit. All right? So the board, one role of the board was governance. Governance means what? Distribution of power and exercising that power. How do you exercise the power? Through, Dr. Kerr mentioned it, through meetings, one, through, I just add one, through reports, another. Is there any other way of exercising power? Sorry? Meetings? What about documents? These documents you give out. For instance, the charter, the board charter. It gives guidance. The manuals, they give guidance. So you exercise power through meetings. You meet occasionally. You exercise power through documents. You exercise power through reports. So that's one important function. What about another one? They were mentioned here. I'm just reiterating. Another important function is performance. You have got to perform. And performance doesn't mean that you are making profits. No. Because you are non-profit, aren't you? You're non-profit. You're not expected to make profits in the commercial sense, but you make profits in the governance sense. The governance sense of profit is value. You add value. You add value. How do you add value? For instance, you as the center of excellence, how do you add value to us Ugandan? For instance, if you get stakeholders from outside that can support your programs, Haven't you added value? You have. But you have not made a profit yet in the commercial sense, but you have added value. Value by getting supporters, by getting persons who can work with you, by getting people who can give us money, more stakeholders. You're adding value. Right. So don't belittle yourself that you're not making value. You're making value. As long as you are, for instance, you are claimed worldwide, you're known worldwide, you have sold the image of Uganda, you're adding value. And please continue adding value. What was the third role of the board? We have said 1 is governance, 2 is performance, and 3, conformance. Conformance. You've got to conform. And we said you conform with what? Number 1, very important, the law, the national law, the Constitution, which is beyond all other laws. But you have also to conform with your own law. And your own law are the MEMAs, the Memorandum and Articles of Association of the Center. That's your law. And you make bylaws from time to time. When you meet in the board and you take a decision that constitutes a bylaw for your institution. But you have also got to conform with what we call best practice. Best practice. It may not be in the law, but best practice. That is, say, corporate governance, best practice. For instance, you've been talking about the size of the board. And for you, the minimum is 15. But you can have anything. There's no limit. Isn't it? Now, is that best practice? How many can you go? Up to 1,000? What is the best practice? What is, you have given a task to perform. That task is to add value. Can you add value when you have 1,000 members on the board? Everybody will be fighting for my allowance. Secretary, you didn't invite me to this one. You didn't invite me to that one. Then when it comes to speaking and at the board, everybody wants to speak even if they have nothing to say. But they'll put up their hands. And if you don't give them time, they'll complain. So how can you add value? Well, there is no time to critically analyze issues. No time. So best practice gives the size of the board as between 5 to 15. 5 to 15. 5, they must be odd because you have to give an opportunity for decisions to be taken. If there are even numbers, there will be equality of votes. There could be equality of votes and there will be no decision. But if they're odd, at least there will be one who will be on one side or the other. But as you said, that yours is a representation board. You represent every quack and quick, everything. You've got to represent it. This is why we have a parliament of over 500 and this is multiplying. Because we want to represent every constituency. Can't you organize your constituency so that they pick one to represent them at the board? As every department to show up here. Can't they themselves pick one person? Because the best practice at the board is to have insiders and outsiders. Now, how many outsiders do you have? Who are insiders? Who are outsiders? Insiders are the guys here, the representatives of departments, the guys who are really involved in managing the affairs of the company. These are insiders. The chief executive, the managers, the heads of department, all these are insiders. The outsiders are those like me, for instance, have nothing to do with your research, no interest whatsoever whether this department or that department gets this or that. So I bring an independent mind to the board. That is best practice, to bring an independent mind to the board. Best practice. And we said you try to limit your board numbers within manageable proportion. 40 is not manageable. You're not going to give people an opportunity to speak. They just come here to sleep. Is that not so? If there are a limited number, each of them is challenged to prepare and be able to come and add value. But now, well, everybody will say, so-and-so is going to speak. I'll come in and go out. I'll get my allowance. Finish. Right. So a hands-on board and a rubber stamp board. What is the rubber stamp board? You use the rubber stamp. The chief executive brings the chairman anything and says, that's okay. Go ahead, without looking at it critically. We call that a rubber stamp board, without examining issues. Manipulative instead of constructive approach. If you have got a board which manipulates, these days the social media is a danger. The parliament has been complaining, as you have been following, that their colleagues have been manipulated with physical by these units that were going to be closed, so that the vote in favor of not closing these units, we call that manipulation. So you can have a manipulative board, a board which doesn't have a system of discussing issues. So a system of discussing issues is at the committee level. You have competent ladies and gentlemen at committee level to critically examine the issues and come to make a recommendation to the board, so that issues are decided on the basis of merit. On the basis of merit. We call the committees the kitchen. You guys, if you don't look after your kitchen, you are going to eat makovu. Makovu, by the way, are very good, I understand. I don't know whether I've eaten them, but I think once you travel in plane, you don't know what you eat. Many times we eat makovu, especially if they're fried. If they're raw, it's difficult to eat it because you can hardly swallow. But if they're fried like a binyevu and so on, you eat them and you like them. You can, no, once you don't know. All right? So, let's avoid manipulation, if any. We need a constructive approach through committees, through special arrangements, through general meetings, through board meetings. Right. Let's go. Let's continue. Now, groups at board. You get groups, and sometimes groups are not good enough because they don't render best practice. Groups, how do they arise? They arise in various ways, as we have said. First impressions, you like people. Where do you come from? What profession you belong to? You tend to form groups because of your gender sometimes. You tend to form groups because of where you went to school. Busoga College Mwiri. That one. That's you. Bodo, Gayan, Namiriam, Kisubi. When you meet together in a board, you seem to like each other and you seem to support each other. Even if your view on the issue does not have merit, but because you are colleague, or if you are lawyers, you call yourself learned friends, eh? And whatever your learned friend says must be good. So you tend to support like a sheep what your learned friend has said. Eh? So you form a group and it become cohesive and you bring issues that are not meritorious. So let's go on. Yeah, move. Right. Groups are a dilemma. They're a dilemma to good governance. Right? Tendency to endorse position taken by an argumentative group due to timidity to express divergent view. If you have an argumentative group in parliament, do you have argumentative groups there? And some people just follow like a sheep because you're scared. You're scared to disappoint that group because of your lineage, your attachment to that group. Right? Fright of an assumed superior director in the group. Now, you have a board which has management and the board, heads of department. Some of the management staff may have fear, may be scared to speak because of what their head of department is going to say. So they are really frightened. So you rather take it safe. What is he going to talk about me when I go back in my department? I oppose him vehemently. So there is a tendency for condensation. You want to play it safe so that when you go back, you are in good books, right? So these groups come. Groups are not based on merit. They are based on things you have seen, on gender, on profession, on school. And you may not get the best groups to discuss issues. And those form moving forces at the board sometimes. Gone. Right. So, what happens? What is the challenge? Suppressing the views conflicting with those of dominant directors. Sloppy analysis of issues. How do we resolve this question? Postpone debate to the next meeting. Once you see the meeting has gone in trouble, you can't really continue. Chairman should say, no, I think we need a rest. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a rest? Can we have a break? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? After that, there is an opportunity for consultation. Why did you really take that position? Was it important? Is there merit in it? When you come back, perhaps you have come up with meritorious views on the issue. So a break, it needn't be only 5 minutes, it can be a whole day. It can be you break in order to make consultation with your constituency. It can be you break in order to get an expert to look at the issue so that you are advised properly. But just don't continue when there is confusion. Don't continue. Right. Gone. So how do we manage groupthink? That syndrome which tends not to add value to the board. One, separate the people from the problem. What is the problem? This is the problem. Perhaps you can't resolve it in the House. Refer to a specialized committee. Unfortunately, we haven't got committees yet. I understand you're making 3 committees: HR, audit, and research. Yes, there's one committee which I'm going to discuss with you, which you need to have. That is the risk committee.
Recording in progress.
Audit is mandatory because it's an oversight committee and it oversees all other committees. Research is your area, so you must have somebody there. Human resource, you can add that with finance. Again, so that you are able to manage your funds and your human resource. They are delicate properly. But then your risks, we are going to see. You must be able to know your risks. You must be able to categorize your risks. You must be able to manage your risks. Somebody talked of appetite. Appetite for risk. Appetite is what risk can you manage as an institution without treating it. We say you treat a risk. The treatment of a risk means you pass it on, or you back it up, you back up the process, or you pass it on to an insurance company, and so on. So that's an important chair when you're discussing how going forward. A risk committee is one of the best practice. You can combine risk with something else, but as you heard and learned in the earlier session, you should not combine audit with anything else. And I think you know why. The audit committee. Because it is an oversight committee. And if you combine it with, say, HR, so when it comes to auditing HR issues, and you're also on the audit committee, what are you going to do? Are you not going to be conflicted? Yes, right. Focus on interests of the institution, of course. Not positions of the individual. What are the interests of the institution? For instance, we are acquiring a site, say in Karamoja. Is it meritorious for us to go to Karamoja now, or to go to Kabale, or to go to Arua? So you focus on the interest, not where I come from. I come from Karamoja, and your branch must now come to Karamoja. All right? Great. Generate options. Avoid the TINA syndrome. TINA means there is no alternative. There is always an alternative to approaching issues. Use objective criteria to decide. SMART. Use the tool called SMART. And SMART here means you approach the issues specifically, S meaning measurable. Yes, next. Then achievable. Realistic. The issue, the strategy must be realistic and time bound. For instance, your mission, your vision now. What is your vision, by the way? To be the global leader in developing knowledge, treatments, and technology for use in healthcare. Now, is your vision smart? First of all, is it specific? Yes. Is it measurable? You have said you have to be number one. Number one. Well, that is measurable. Maybe you can compare. You say you can be rated. Right. Is it achievable? Is it achievable? Yes. Within what time? Time bound. It must be time bound. Yes. Then you add 5 years. The time of your board, for instance. Not if you want to be smart, you have to have time. Time is important. Go on, quick. So managing issues, managing groupthink. One, avoid being too directive. Allow things to flow, allow people to discuss. Who can be too directive? It's normally the chair. When the issue comes to the chair and says, that's rubbish, we are not considering it today. That's being too directive. Why don't you have time, opportunity? Why don't you read the background papers so that the issues come out, the critical issues come out? Normally the chair would have the last word. He would allow the rest of you to talk about it. But if you're a board of 40, it will be very difficult to go ahead, as we said. All right? Then, robust code of conduct at the board. Have we developed one? A code of conduct, a code of ethics. Do we have one? You have values, yes. The code would constitute putting those values into a code so that the values become law, your bylaw. You are supposed to act, to perform according to the values. You're encoding the values into law plus other things. So you need to have a code at the board. We are still talking about board dynamics. Can we look at this fellow? Is that the chair? Is that the chair? That's the chair because he's sitting in the middle. And his other colleagues are sitting on the other side. What is he doing? It is? Reminding them to behave. Telling them, don't you know I'm the chair here? You shut up, sit down. You can see the face tells you. Yes, a lady would collapse on that face. So, we have a chairman challenge as a board dynamic. If we have a chair that will assume that position, then there is a chairman challenge. Intimidation blocks free expression of views at the board. Do you agree? If you think whatever you say, you are going to be shouted down, then you'd rather keep quiet about it. Right, go on. What about there? What are the dynamics there? Do you know this case here? Turbulence at Uganda Parliament, age limit controversy. What happened? Did those people lose their heads? So instead of discussing issues, they started clambering the tables. They're lifting chairs and fighting. So how did they manage that position, that situation? But how did they manage it eventually? Yeah? Force. They used force, yes. They brought the army to get them out. What about this case of Lukwago? Have you, of Sewanyana? Have you heard of it? Again, it was a case of impeachment. Sewanyana didn't like it. So he also jumped to the table and they had to forcibly hold him. So what does that tell us? We must act cool. We must relate. We must have procedure. If there are conflicts, how do we manage the conflicts? Do we manage them that way? By jumping at table, holding desks and tables and casting them at each other? Is that the best approach? Or should we have a sergeant at arms at the board, especially a board of 40? You get some cantankerous people here. We have seen them at the campus. They can be cantankerous and they can throw chairs at you. So what do? It's better to ensure that in case this happened, how do we manage it? Do we just run away, or do you have a sergeant at arms to manage the situation? That's one way. Have fixed chairs so that you can't lift them. Go on. That's another dynamic at the board. What is the problem there? I've seen some of your committees, I think in the MEMATs, you say the quorum is two members. Can you have a committee of 2? Is that best practice? Can you make decisions with a committee of 2? You can't, certainly. So the board should be a manageable proportion, but reasonable proportion. That's why best practice is 5, but not more than 15. Go on. We have no time. What about this one? Again, we discussed it. What is the problem there? What is the problem there? You can't even talk to each other. You can form groups. Chairman will not see you. There are too many of you. And this is why you decided to come here. You want an auditorium because you are many. In fact, you are too many for the board. You better do something about it. No. But your minimum, according to your law, you better change it, is 15. Your minimum. You are not observing your law even now. You are 9 or 10. So you're out of bias, your law. You're not operating within the law. The law says 15 minimum and above. Yes, what does the law say? The number of members of the board must be 15 or more. Yeah, yes. So
this time we need a lady to lead us through the health break. Tina's syndrome. Yes, let's just stretch out before we continue with our presentation. You can have a bottle of water. There's an unlimited supply of whatever you need: tea, coffee, bananas, food, internet. Knowledge and experience is flowing in the room. Dr. Will is giving us the
this ready. Let us write MakBRC using our West. Mark B R C and a full stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's wait for our presenter and then we proceed with a wonderful discussion. In the meantime, we can get to know each other, who your neighbor is. We could discuss about board dynamics. We think about the MakBRC board and the dynamics involved. The recommendation is 5 to 15, and our minimum we say is 15. We need a supplementary budget to sit and revise.
Besides, you don't have a room at MakBRC for 15 people, do you? We don't have. But what I suggest can happen is e-conferencing and meeting. If we can be flexible to meet electronically, it increases attendance and also improves participation and efficiency in decision making, in my view.
Thank you.
I've seen one challenge that has been highlighted here, which applies not only to the board but even to the management, and how possible it is usually the chair withholds opinion till the end. It is a very challenging aspect, and usually when I get the view of the chair, it becomes very challenging to change the direction. So I see this as a best practice, but it is a very challenging practice to contain your view as the chair and speak last. In most of the meetings, once the chair speaks, that is the direction. If you want peace. But if you don't want peace, then you change the direction. But I don't know how best people can advise us this practice to be adopted, because it will remove that suppression, the objectivity issue, and so on. But I see it a very big challenge in most of the meetings. And you know the saying that once the big drum sounds, the small ones should not. So this chair speaking last, it's a practice that I think we should keep on practicing. I'm not giving the microphone to the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I think our health break is done, and we are ready to go into the next part of the presentation. Yes? Okay. All right. So
I think we are still covered by the Holy Spirit, are we not? Or would somebody wish to call the Holy Spirit here? By the way, that is the best practice. Before you meet, you better call the Holy Spirit. Why? Do we have a pastor here? A pastor. Pastor is one who has gone beyond his pastoring. We are the shepherds. And then there is a head of, of the shepherd. You come here, then lead us in. Call the Holy Spirit, please.
Let us call the Holy Spirit. Yes. We should have done this at the beginning, but it is never too late to call the Holy Spirit. Let us call the Holy Spirit by saying, let your Holy Spirit come upon us here. Holy Spirit, come on control in every situation. Upon my mind, all the burdens and you I pray. Spirit, Spirit, Spirit.
Thank you, thank you. By the way, normally we request the youngest of us to lead us to the Holy Spirit. And you know why? You know why? Jesus likes the young ones. Why? They don't have as many sins as the old ones. So he listens to the young ones. So take advantage of the presence of the youth so that they lead you to the Holy Spirit. When I go home, I ask my grandchild, can you bless me? And she says, Jesus, Jesus. And that's a blessing, a very big blessing. Don't miss it, please. Okay, right. Now, we are going IT, as you know, and we should all be prepared. That's another dynamic. We are going IT. And therefore, Chair, if you can make sure that all of us can have the ability to use our gadgets. When you send minutes around, when they are preparing, they should use these gadgets to prepare. They use the gadgets to go to the internet, go to the website. They should use the gadgets to communicate with each other. Have a social group where you can put information which is useful for meetings, but manage it. Don't open it. Don't put rubbish on the social group. Call it a board group. As we formed one, Chair, you know, where is Joshua? We formed a group in order to concretize ideas for this training. So you need to have a group. And this is the way, IT, a very big dynamic. We should be familiar with it. Go on. Now, effectiveness. What is board effectiveness? Two things. One, accomplishing tasks despite inadequate resources. And this is characteristic of today's boards. You don't have enough resources, especially I think the center. I think the center, obviously you can't have enough resources when the country itself doesn't have enough resources. So to be effective is to fulfill your objectives, and you must know your objectives. To introduce new technologies that will manage treatments in this country. You must know that. So if you have partners, you get partners from outside, even if your budget is low. If you get other stakeholders, development partners, through our own ways, then you have been effective as a board, instead of relying on government or relying on the university. But for yourselves to find ways of fulfilling your objectives, then you have been effective. Go on. Deliver the institutional objectives. You know them. Promoting research in biomedical sciences and so on. So you must know your objectives in order to be able to be effective. Unless you know. So you must be familiar with the strategic plan. So, Chair, I think we must get the strategic plan off the ground very quickly so that we have something to guide us, something concrete. You have to be able to create sustainable value. And sustainable value here, we want to define it in terms of 3 Ps. These are the 3 Ps, basic business lines of operation. Namely, whatever you do, one of P is people. Whatever we do must be pro-people. The treatments, when they brought COVID drugs sometime, there were complaints, many complaints, that these guys want to eliminate us. They want to poison us. So many people didn't understand. Many refused to go. But we don't know yet. Is it true, Chair, that are we still just waiting our date? Many drugs got spoiled because people were not trained properly. Government did come out to explain sufficiently, and now they have you will be able to do that job and plan for the future. To be effective, you have to plan for the future. Planning for the future means what? Your children and children must find this organization, this center in place at even a higher level. Don't plan for your tenure. Your tenure is what? Is 3 years or 5 years? What is your tenure? You have been here for 3 years already. How many years? How many years more do you have? Do you know? Is it open? For the department is open, yes, forever, ad infinitum. What about for the independent directors? Do you have any independent directors? Not yet. You have. Guys who are not part of...
Out of the 15 members.
Yes.
6.
I suppose not to be from the school, but in practice, on the ground, what do you have? You have, I think, 12 members so far, and 9 departments. There is a vice chancellor, there is you, and so on. So there is nobody from outside. There is no independent person to bring an independent point of view to the board. That's the idea of best practice. Have somebody who has no dealings at all, no self-interest, no conflict of interest with the center, to bring an independent point of view to the board. That is the independent, the outsider. And we should work towards that. Right. What are the tools for effectiveness? One, relevant committees to implement key objectives. We have seen you are forming committees, and we have discussed that one. We said, can you add a risk committee? Because risk is a cause for corporate failure everywhere. Not only here, but in the world as a whole. In America, in Europe, everywhere. Not managing risks has caused failures. So we always recommend you have a risk committee as part of your, at least 3 committees. One is audit, because that is an oversight committee and it must be independent. Independent meaning that members on that committee are not members of any other committee. That's the independence of the audit committee. So if you belong to the technical committee, you belong to the human resource committee, you cannot belong to the audit committee. And you may wonder why. Because issues of the technical committee may come to the audit. Issues of human resource may come to audit. They have to be audited without conflict of interest. Right. Plausible board structure. In order to be effective, you have to have a plausible board structure. What do we mean? We have talked of the committees. We have talked of clear roles and functions of the board. I think we now know the roles and functions of the board. You must have value-adding people on the board. Everybody must be value-adding. What is to add value? It's to study, to come and critically discuss issues, compare what is going on elsewhere in other organizations, compare why you think this recommendation is best practice for you, and then add value. That's value addition. Dynamic succession planning in place.
Recording stopped.
Who is going to succeed you? But for you, there is no succession because you'll always be heads of departments. You'll always be here. So there's no question of succession. I think the succession is who is going to take your place as a head of department. That would be the succession. How do you manage your succession? You train people who will who will succeed you so that they continue this process. Plausible stakeholder management in place. How do we know our stakeholders? Who are our stakeholders? Can you mention one stakeholder? Who is your stakeholder? Person who helps you to push the agenda of the center forward is a stakeholder. Staff is a stakeholder. Any other stakeholder? Researchers, yes. Then development partners, funders, then clients. Do you have clients? Who are your clients? Patients. Patients, yes. So first, start by knowing your stakeholder and how to relate with them. And what we do in best practice, you get an analysis of stakeholder. You list them. You give them value. Say, your staff is value X. Your funders is value so-and-so. In the end, you come to analyze it. You say, my most important stakeholder is X or Y and Z. And therefore, why do you need that? Because you need that because you want to draw up what we call an engagement plan. You want to engage. You want to engage with your stakeholders. And why do you need to engage with the stakeholders? So that they can deliver value. You need to engage with development partners who have given you money. You need to continue to engage with them so that you would explain to them how you have used the money. If they have given you money for research, you have not applied it to something else. That's engagement. You have fulfilled the agreement as on debt. It has been smart. Now, we always ask, who do you think is the most important stakeholder among all these stakeholders we have mentioned? Development partner, client, staff, then, sorry? Huh? Anybody else? Or staff, yes, staff, students. You have to be able to decide who is the most important stakeholder. And why do you want, well, that analysis will help you. And the reasoning for that, you engage with the most important stakeholder almost on a daily basis in order to deliver value. So who do you think, offhand, who do you think is the most important stakeholder? Staff. Anybody else? Why staff? Okay, let's discuss. Why staff? Yeah.
I think it would be in two categories. Staff broken down into the university management that provides the leadership for the board, and then staff in terms of those that engage in research and those that support research, and then the donors that provide the money that sustain the activities of the staff.
So the donors are not staff?
No, they are not.
No. It's the staff, the guys who are delivering the object of the institution.
Yes.
These are the staff. They are the most important.
Yes.
I think, do you agree? Who is opposed to that? Who has no opinion? If you keep quiet, you have no opinion. You are just a potato.
Recording in
Staff,
progress.
yes, staff. To staff.
I think the most important stakeholder is the public.
Is the public.
That's what we are serving. We are serving the public.
That's the client.
Yes.
The client. Okay. Client, according to him, is the most important stakeholder, but according to some, it is staff. Now, staff is management. We normally call management the heart of the institution. Why? The heart keeps pumping throughout the day, throughout the night, 360 days a year. It doesn't stop. Once the heart stops, what happens to the human body? It's dead. Then we call the board the brain of the institution. Why? The brain gives direction. It tells you, don't step there, there is a snake, and you jump immediately. So the board, you are the board level, you are the brain. Now, what would you rather have, the brain or the heart? Without the brain, you become a pumpkin. Huh? But you are there. One Israeli prime minister died in the brain. Brain dead. For about 7 years, he was in a machine. He was a pumpkin. Of what use was he anyway? So, management being the heart of the institution must therefore be the most important stakeholder. Do you agree? Mukube mungalo namwe. So what does that mean to the board? You are got to engage with the staff most of the time. With the management. I'm talking of management. Engage in order to run the institution. Without engagement, you will not run. Whatever money you put in the institution, when the staff are corrupt, they will steal it. It goes down the drain. All right? And you have seen it. Valley dams. Hospitals. Roads. Mention it. So try to engage with the staff such that they continue pumping every minute. At night, people working at night in Tokyo, in the US, everywhere. They will call you and you have got to be able to answer. So try to engage with them. All right? Do you agree? To be effective, analyze your stakeholders and draw up an engagement plan. Go on. Enhanced familiarity with the board roles, functions, and responsibilities. We have seen the roles, we have not seen the function, but you saw the functions in the previous meeting, and the functions are summarized here. Appointment of the CEO, oversight over strategic process, financial stability, succession planning, function. Then the responsibility, what are your responsibilities? You must know them. Adequate supervision over the institution. How do we supervise the institution? What do we mean by adequate supervision over the institution? First, you supervise through meetings, don't you? Through reports, don't you? Through what else do you supervise? Manuals. You give guidance in operational manuals. You do this, financial manual, audit manual, human resource manual. Do you have this? Have we developed them? You have. Good. So you are doing your oversight, your supervision. Then, management of conflict of interest. Have we been able to put a structure in place to manage conflict of interest? I know it is in your law, but on the ground, what do you have? Do you have a code for managing conflict of interest? No. Silence means no. And as teachers, when somebody does not give an answer to a question, what marks do you give? All right, good. Right, ensuring relevant skills upgrades. Skill upgrades, and you have done very well. You are now upgrading their skills. And you should continue upgrading the skills, by the way. Not only formally, but also informally. How else did you upgrade your skills? The chair can organize only occasionally for a formal meeting, but almost 99% of your time you should be upskilling yourself. How do you upskill yourselves? What are the processes? You read newspapers, yes? Do you have a social media where some of the key issues are summarized and they circulate amongst yourselves? You have. Is it a social? You can have a media which is just abusive and disruptive instead of constructive and informative. Now, you've got to judge your media. How is it working? Is it effective? Does it add value? Again, no. The answer is 0. All right. Right. Avoiding micromanaging. Avoiding micromanaging. How can you avoid micromanaging? We agreed in the last session, you've got to know your roles, your responsibilities and duties. We're emphasizing them here. Now, if you know your role, especially the role of oversight over the institution, then you will not go down and start operating, doing the research yourself. Your duty is to ensure that the facilities, that the skills, that the resources are available for the research to be done, but not for you to do it. If you do it, how are you going to oversee yourself doing it? How are you going to criticize yourself? So make sure you concretize your role, the roles of management and the roles of the board in a document called the board charter. Your board charter is broad. It just allows you to create, but it doesn't really indicate what you must do. So your board charter must be improved. The charter says you shall create, you shall indicate what are the roles of the board. That's not good enough. You must say them in the charter so that your board members follow them. I know you haven't had enough time to do that. And this is why you're here. You've got to hit the nail where? On the top or on the side? On the head. Right. Tools for effectiveness, plausible strategic oversight to achieve smart objectives. We said that is you must have your strategic plan. Go on. Let's finish. I have only 10 minutes. Go on. Conducive relationship, but challenge management as necessary. Have a heart and a brain relationship between management. What does the heart, the brain do? It directs. But then the heart, you let the heart do its work. It pumps. It pumps. That's the work of the, yes, have a conducive relationship. Once the brain knows the heart is going to do its work, the brain will be dead, and vice versa. Promote image of the center for support. How do we promote the image of the center if you want to be effective? What have you done so far? Press presence. Have you appeared anywhere in the press? Anywhere about the center, about your challenges, about your achievements, so that people can support you? Or is your website active? Is your website, does it put things that are current so that the outsider, the development partner, person who will be involved, the rich guys in America can say, this is something I can support. This is their challenge. Right, go on. Create effective structure to address governance issues. I think that one we have covered. Go on. Conformance for institutional sustainability. We have covered that one, the conformance area. And we have said, Chair, some of your members do not have money to buy a constitution or to buy a phone to read the constitution on the internet. They may not have. So it is the duty and the obligation of the board to make these papers available. The key papers, the constitution, the memos, the plan documents, the plan 3, and other relevant documents that we are following. Vision 2040, that is available on the internet, but some people don't have. So what can you do? These are issues you can take up. Right, go on. Integrity of risk management. I think we have covered risk sufficiently. Go on. Enlightened board composition. There is still an issue there. You have lifted all the heads of departments to be board members. Best practice requires us to have what we call a board balance. You balance between insiders and outsiders. That is executive and non-executive. You balance between independents and those that are not independent. Most of you are not independent because you are pulling for your various departments. Whatever you do, come to the board. You just discuss and pull for your department. Not what is good for the totality, the global issue affecting the institution. That's why you need persons from outside. They are called independent. They have nothing to do with the department, nothing to do with Makerere. But they are knowledgeable, they are capable, and they're able to add value. These are independent to be on the board. And your members clearly say so. But according to the figures we have got, you have 12 members of the board, and all of them are internal. So you don't have that balance. Somebody from outside coming to advise you how to handle issues that are sensitive. And then you need to have another balance, is with gender balance. That is in fact the constitution. And I haven't, do we have a gender balance on the board? Do we have any women at all? They're all men. They're all men. You don't have a balance there. It's important to have women on the board. Why? Why do we need women on the board? Their issues, the way they handle issues is different from the way you men handle issues. You're aggressive, they're slightly, more reserved. They want to keep their position in society. They will not be seen to be corrupt as men would be. Men will not be scared. But the woman will say, my husband, Anangambati. My children, Vandavange. Go to Parliament, yes. Okay, go to Parliament. What is the issue there in Parliament? Okay, anyway, but you also need to have a balance with the youth, a generational balance. Do we have a generational balance? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a businessman. There is a very good case for the balance of the gender between men and women. When I ran a practice many years ago, as we were two men, we never won as much business as we did when we got a lady partner on board.
Okay.
And we'd go without meetings.
Yeah.
And some of the deals that we have cracked were not because of anything else, not because of excellence. Excellence, yes. But more importantly, the fact that there was a woman in that meeting.
Exactly.
There was a commitment.
They begin to respect you.
Yes.
They begin to say you are not corrupt.
Yes. There's a lot of business dynamics in it as well.
So a lot of dynamics there. Have some women, Chair. I don't know how we are going to do it. get the heads of department to appoint women. You have one now. At the board. Okay. Great. So move, just move. Enlightened board composition, we have finished. Manageable board size, we have finished. Fit and proper criteria for members. Fit and proper criteria. That means a bit of experience, perhaps not in the research, but in governance issues. You can be in church governance or traditional governance or political governance, but you have to have that governance that depends on relationship management. That's the governance we are talking of, that experience. Do you have it? Expertise. All of you have expertise in your various areas, but you must create expertise in governance, in corporate governance. Then integrity. All of you know what is right and what is... At least you have the Holy Spirit. Tell me who doesn't have the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is there to tell you what is right and what is wrong, but you ignore it. Say, no, I know, yeah, that's what I should do. But what about this parliament? Why have they not got it? So you see? Oh, right. Right skills, right skill combination. I know you need various skills. You must be able to establish them. It's not alone. It's not enough to have health skills or medical skills. No. What do you do at the board? You relate. Public relations. What do you do at the board? You handle money. So financial skills. What do you do at the board? What else do you do at the board? What are the skills? Conform. You need a lawyer. Do you have legal skills amongst you? Yes? You are the one. Yeah, company secretary, legal skills, very good. So make sure you have a right combination of skills. First of all, you do what we call a skills needs assessment. You can't do it yourself, but you get somebody else to do for you. You look at what you're supposed to do, who you are, and what skills you have, and then they come with a recommendation. Please get this skill in order to be effective. Go on. Sustainability, you have to make sure you are sustainable. We talked about a bit. You have to be pro-people, for instance, pro-planet, preserve the environment so that you are sustainable, and pro-profit. We said you don't make profit, but you make a surplus. You add value, And we agreed how you add value. By projecting your image, you have added value. By training, you're adding value. By getting partners, you're adding value. By selling the institution to government, you have added value. Look at government programs. See what is there for you. And enter that program. You're adding value. Right. All right. Let's continue. The rest, I think, we know. We have covered. You are effective if you were able to conduct business-like meetings. That you distribute the agenda in time, you declare your interest, you prepare, and they come to add value. Go on. Go on. Make sure you conform to the law. First, don't meet without a quorum, as we agreed in the last meeting, I think. if you ever make a decision without a quorum, what is that decision? It's called ultra vires. You have no power because you didn't constitute a board at that time. It was individuals, and it will be individuals who will be accountable. Individuals who decided to do this without a quorum will be accountable, will be liable. Make sure you have a quorum when you meet. Right. Agree manageable time frame. Don't extend meetings over extended periods. People get tired, they start yawning, and they start looking at their telephone to chase old clothes from Dubai. Meetings, best practice is about 3 hours, but then have breaks in between for health break. But don't extend beyond that, because there is what they call diminishing returns in economics. All right? Diminishing returns. You keep on adding things on your brain. It fogs. It fogs. It fogs. It can't contain anymore. That's why people sleep. Good. Finally, chair to encourage structured participation, to facilitate buy-in, avoid dominance, treat all directors with respect, members not to be harassed for contributions. We say you can never get blood out of a stone. If something is very strange, and you know that some of the directors don't have that skill, don't say, hey, by the way, Professor, what do you have to say? And you know his training is microbiology and has nothing to do with finance. You're just embarrassing him. What is he going to say? So be able to measure where you can get contribution, but allow everybody to contribute if they are well prepared. Right. Ensure conclusiveness. Meetings should be concluded, and they are always concluded with a resolution. Don't just walk away in a meeting and allow the secretary to see how the secretary can write a conclusion. The chairman must conclude the meeting with a resolution that is with resolutions that are accepted by the meeting. Either you are postponing the meeting to the next date, that's a resolution. Or you want to call an expert to advise you, that's a resolution. Or you have decided to do something, that's a resolution. All right? Right. Go on. Committee reports, we have covered that. Adopt plausible meeting etiquette. Yeah, meeting etiquette. You have to have a meeting etiquette, and you're going to develop that. Normally you should cover, the etiquette will cover the time within which meetings should be held or closed off or called off. Normally you should want a tone from the top. If the top comes late, it's most likely that the other individuals will come late. The Chinese proverb here is the fish rots from the top. Have you heard of that? If the chair is rotten, then the directors will be rotten. Avoiding of interruption of the speaker except with the permission of the chair. Include that in the code. A prohibition of side talking. Thank you. Side talking, is it common here? Do people want to exchange views on the side? Or do you want to exchange telephone messages on the side? Yes, you may have an urgent message. Tell the chair, go out, ask the chair, can you excuse me? I have something urgent. Can I break 1 minute? Then you go and do not disturb the meeting. Right, go on. I have 5 minutes, go on. Body evaluation. If you want to be effective, you must carry out body evaluation. We have covered part of it already, but what is the scope of body evaluation? We have covered that one. Everybody should be evaluated. Areas of assessment, they are here. You want to cover governance, performance, and conformance roles. You want to cover strategic oversight, financial stability, continuity planning roles. You want to cover adequate oversight, conflict of interest management roles. Go on. And methodologies. How do you evaluate yourselves? You can, the chair can appoint one of the directors to evaluate you continuously every meeting. Sort of a black book. You can have a black book. We used to have black books in lower down in school. When you spoke Luganda or Choli, they will write you down and pass it on to you. Now, a black book here would mean the director would write, would go on monitoring the performance of every individual in each board meeting and write. This one has been off point. Did not prepare. You write. This one has been side speaking. You write, and so on. That is a very complex matter because the guy who is allocated that role will probably not participate in the board meeting. He will be looking out for faults. So it's a disadvantage to him. But you can have a peer evaluation, which you evaluate yourselves as peers, or an evaluation assisted by a consultant to guide you on the template, to guide you on the areas of evaluation. Go on, continue. Tools to measure performance, again, we are talking of evaluation. You can have a template. Template is easy, you can pick it on the internet, but domesticate it. Domesticate it to the institution, the issues, to the problems of the institution. Don't just wholesale, don't bring it wholesale. The CEO has to be evaluated. Director is evaluated on their commitment, their contribution, and their team playing. And the contribution, the commitment of a director is not only to come in the meeting, but to participate in the meeting. Many directors come, but just slip away. And what do you do about those directors who come in, but just doze away? Have they attended the meeting? No, they have not attended. They're snoring. I know you don't like that one, but you've got to call a spade a spade. If you have to be effective, you've got to call a spade. Tell him you are sleeping. You've been sleeping the whole day. What happened? Are you sick? Yes. Don't be scared, Chair. Right. Yes, please. Yeah.
The discussion was audible enough for everybody to participate. then you can have a score criteria through an app that will tell you so many people participated, the level of participation is this, the quality of discussion on the subject matter is this. So you have feedback every meeting.
That is another way. That is another way. We are going technical now and IT, and it's a plausible way. But you also want your peers to score you as to how they feel about you. Are you genuine or are you artificial? You want that as well. Go on. Frequency of evaluation, this is by law. You've got to do it at least once a year, according to the law, to the Act. I understand for 3 years we haven't done it. So it is imperative that you do it as soon as possible. Go on. Now, enhancing effectiveness. That one you are going to read. Overall board effectiveness. What is it? Can the accountant there read it for us? Can you read it for us? That one. Are you able to read it? Yes.
The board composition.
Board composition, yes.
Has direct skills.
Direct skills that you have.
The refresh mechanism.
A refresher. How do you refresh yourselves? How do you retrain yourselves?
Continuous.
Individual attributes.
Individual attributes, diversity.
Yeah, and diversity. So all those, you should be aware of those. Then next.
And then board practices.
No, wait, somebody else.
Working dynamics.
Can we pass it on?
Or somebody else.
Yeah. Don't discriminate. Yes.
Board practices, oversight by the oversight of CEO succession, risk appetite and oversight, board engagement in strategy.
So oversight of the CEO succession, that's very important to be effective. If the CEO gets a bigger job in the World Bank, what happens? And anybody getting a job either in Parliament or in the World Bank would go. Because Parliament gives, say, 50 million. Where will you make that? Anybody going to the World Bank with a big appointment will go. Again, you earn dollars. So you need a succession of your CEO. Then risk appetite and oversight. Risk appetite, we have covered that one. You need to know what can you tolerate, what can you absolve, what risks can you absolve. For instance, when it comes to vehicles, government does not insure their vehicles because they can absorb that risk. You knock them and they give you another one. This is no problem. But for you, you knock one, will your donors give you another? So it's the risk. You have to cover it. You can't absorb it. So you have to determine what is your appetite. Up to what level can you absorb risk? Then board engagement in strategy. Every time you meet, you are meeting to implement strategy. That's why we said you must have a strategic plan. You are in a strategic plan, you have set yourself targets. In the meetings, you are going to say, how far have we gone on this target? What are the challenges? What are the problems? What do we do? Next, somebody help us on the next one.
Quality of discussion.
Quality of discussion, yes.
Board/management relationship.
Right, we said.
And board culture.
And board culture. Now, one, quality of discussions. What do you say about quality of discussion? What is the practice here? Do you prepare? Do you add value, or you stand up to say, "Omwami kya kobe na kya kobe"? I agree with the chairman. Why do you stand up? If you agree, sit down. But you agree with the chairman and say, "But," and I want to add, chairman, I want to add this one and that one. Then you can stand up. All right? Good. Then board management relationship. What would you call that? What is one word in biology? How would you describe the board and the management relation? We said the board is the brain, and the management is the heart. How do they relate? These are symbiotic. Have you heard of the word symbiotic? One can't do without the other. Although the management can do without the brain. Huh? But they will end up in confusion. There will be no direction. So we call that symbiotic. Your relationship is symbiotic. You cannot do without the other. So you have got to work together. Right. Board culture. Board culture. What is your culture? Do you follow best practice? Come on time? Turn at the top? Do you kugeya each other outside the board? You know, I really liked you, and I wanted to, I proposed a promotion. But what did you do about that man or that woman? She hates you. You see? That's a terrorist culture. A terrorist culture at the board. So you must have culture of working together, a culture of producing results. And the brain has to direct. And the management has to pump symbiotic relations. Finally, somebody read that one. We said participation. This is what it means to participate.
An effective board develops and promotes its collective vision of the company's purpose, its culture, its values, and the behaviors it wishes to promote in conducting its business. That's according to the UK Financial Reporting Council.
So an effective board develops and promotes its collective vision. What is your collective vision? To lead in, to be the leader, but it must be smart. Its culture, you have to have a culture and you have to develop it. You have to have a code of conduct to guide your culture. For instance, in many codes, they prevent intimate relationships amongst the sexes at the board. You know why? Because they want you to be independent. If you have intimacy with each other, you will say, I agree with what she says. And I support it. All right. The final. No, I think that one you can read for yourselves, isn't it? Because my time is gone. I thank you very much. We are going to write a report. It will cover all that. Maybe somebody can go through that. Building a world-class board. That one will leave it to you. We have given you the source, so you can follow it up. We thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Welcome.
Chibirango, for the words of wisdom, insightful presentation indeed, and for all the participation. We are going to give a few minutes for questions because we cannot go without without having a lot of issues unclarified. And we cannot let all our wisdom go back without us really inquiring from you. So maybe 3 questions before we go for lunch. Sorry?
Let's introduce.
Questions or comments?
Can I introduce my colleague, Honorable Oduman is here. He's an expert in this area, so we can handle all these questions. I will be here in the afternoon when he's presenting, and when my other colleague is presenting, I'll also be here. So there is still plenty of time.
Okay, great.
All right?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yes. So a comment.
I have one comment, and reflecting on where we started from. Indeed, we have had it from the best. Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
Okay, so we're going to have a lot more in the afternoon, and he's going to be here to continue guiding us and answering whatever questions we have. Yes? Okay. So our lunch is ready. We have a maximum of 45 minutes for lunch because we are really into our lunch time. So let's move out here for lunch. We are going to use this place to eat. We don't have any other set place. You pick your food and come back here, and we have our meal. So we are hopeful that within the first 20 minutes we shall all have served, and we shall have 25 minutes to be able to enjoy our lunch, and we shall be ready to start for the afternoon session. Thank you so much. So please, let's move out for lunch.
Welcome.
Our lunch prayer. I think for the lunch prayer, everybody is going to pray for their food. You want us to lead up?
We use the arrow.
Very interesting.
So you share the slide. You share with them.
Our bags are safe. Let's be okay. It's okay to leave them in here. They'll be kept safe.
Gentlemen, I am standing here today because my boss, governor, said we go. He said we go. I said let us go. To go where? Makerere University Biomedical Research Center. It is a center of excellence. It is new. It is us who are supposed to be there. I said, okay, let us go. And why do I come? I have a background in accounting. And then when I left the practice, both in government projects and non-government projects, I went in the murky waters of parliamentary business. I think this should have been the time I should have been there.
Recording in progress.
Because I was there in the 8th Parliament. That is long ago. Things have never been better in that house than now, as you all know very well. Yes. But we are not going to turn back. We are supposed to be playing games in different front lines. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that by the end of this session, I hope that you'll be able to pick something. Transition. You should be able to pick 3 things, in my view. Only 3. I am expecting you to have obtained. 1, you should be able to articulate the importance of financial and risk oversight. Wherever you go, you must leave this place an expert in terms of the importance of those things in the board oversight. And I'm going to show you very shortly, very shortly, that the job of being a board member, I don't envy you. Are we together? I don't envy you. Because the job is a very, very daunting job. Very, very daunting. I was first appointed on a board around 2001. At about age 30, I don't want to complete that, because many of you are going to do calculations. I was about 30 plus on the board of Uganda Railways Corporation. And I was dropped in the middle of experts and senior government officials, including the late Honorable Minister Paul Orono Etiang. Who remembers him? Paul Etiang. Yes, you remember? He was our board chair. And here is little me dropped there. And I was an agent of corporate governance. I had an appointment through the Ministry of Finance. The practice of corporate governance was just starting to pick up here. And so my question when I went there, in fact, to tell you the truth, my heart left the chest. It left the chest where it's supposed to be, and it dropped in the stomach. Yes, it dropped in the stomach. Because guess what? How many times do you meet a year? How many times? 4 times. 4. I am telling you how many? 4. But I hope by now you have been told. You have been told that you are, all of you, individually and severally responsible. What miracles were you or are you was I supposed to do? When I don't sign checks, I don't sit there full time. In fact, many of us proposed that we should assign one of us to get an office there and sit there on our behalf as a board and sign instruments together with the CEO. Because how can we be liable and responsible severally when we come only to meet 4 times a year? That was the puzzle, the mother of all puzzles I've ever had. But with the time, I got to understand that you can be fully in charge of affairs in the MakBRC, the way I've put it, MakBRC, in the MakBRC board. You can be fully in charge even when you are absent. You remember Magufuli? Even drivers were fearing him. Whatever you are doing, you would have to look whether Magufuli would appear. You can be in charge when you are not touching, but just by using your eyes and your. So I'm calling on you today to be in charge of affairs of MakBRC. I've read background documents you have given us. And the call I'm making for you today is to become in charge of affairs of this place. You can do it. Now, this session is about risk and financial oversight. And I would like to, first of all, play for you a short video of 5 minutes. I think it's a very worthy investment. Only 5 minutes. Can you give them to me? How many minutes? 5 zoka. There we go. Only 5 minutes. Because I've looked for material and I discovered there is no better message for me than it's about your role. Oh. That gentleman is going to be talking about fiduciary risk. Fiduciary responsibilities and the risks that come from it. You have been told you have legal duties and fiduciary duties. The legal ones are in the law. The legal ones are in the Company Act. They're in the Companies Act. Oh. Do you need this mic as well? He's starting to whisper. It means it can increase.
We get the video separately. You play it separately from a flash.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, as we arrange to hear from the host, this is what he is saying. That gentleman is saying, the fiduciary duty of directors is giving you 2 duties. 2 what? 2 duties. the duty of loyalty, the duty of loyalty to who? Loyalty to who? Don't be shy about it. Loyalty to who? To MakBRC. The duty of loyalty is number one, and the duty of care. Duty of care. Kindly underline those things. If you don't hear anything I have said today, you take those. The duty of loyalty and the duty of care. This company has opened up its all and given to you as directors to make it good in good faith, like your own, like your baby. Not to utilize for any purpose. It is like you are expected by law when you are in charge of a minor. You are responsible for that person. Anything you do to the minor is called aggravated because it is in a weaker position. You are the one who is now in charge of the instruments of power. Duty of loyalty. Loyal to it with respect to the mandate you have been given. Number two, the duty of care and skill. They add their skill, care and. When they brought you here, they never just collected anybody, did they? They selected. Although something needs to be done about the composition, like my senior has already done, has already said here, something needs to be done to improve the independence outlook of the board composition. So, but when you are put on a board, they select you based on what you can provide, what you can do, the contribution you can make to the board. So when you take decisions in the board, when you take decisions on the board, remember that you are required to exercise a duty of care and skill in taking decisions that you are taking. You will never ever come out anywhere and say, I was not aware. You can never ever say anywhere that I did not know, the MD had not informed us. You are expected to do all it takes to get all the information you need to make the decision, the right decision on a matter that is before the board at that time. If you think you are not prepared in terms of information necessary for you to make that decision, stand over. You get? The word is stand over. Mr. Chairman, there is no hurry making a decision when we have not yet got the necessary information we need to educate us, to inform us on this particular matter. Corporate governance also empowers you to put in money, to call in experts from outside, to come and talk to you about a particular matter before you in the house. These duties have legal obligations. You will one day go to court, and I'm assuring you, you will never be able to say, I did not know. You will never. You will never. It imposes fiduciary duties, impose legal duties on you. I thought I wanted to begin on that tone because the area where we are going, the finance and risk, is at the core of your mandate. Many of you will say, I am not a financial person. I am not a legal person. It is the corporation secretary, it is the CEO who is the one to tell us about this. And I want to tell you that when we were in PAC, public accounts, we would invite you people, the technocrats, and ask you questions. But we never ask questions when we don't have answers. Are we together? We would first look for the answers, the correct answers, and then ask you that question. And we will see how you're answering.
Today we're going to talk about
thank you very much. The lady replying is going to say the same thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is the job that you have. You can move it now. There is the job that you have. I don't know how you feel about it, because I told you how I felt in 2001. 4 meetings, duty of loyalty and the duty of care. For anything that takes place in the board, you have all the information that you need to make a decision. Otherwise, stand over until we have that decision, especially in the area of finance. So I don't know what miracles you have to make. What miracles do you have to do? What do you think then this calls for in terms of your work? What does this call for? If you just imagine your work. 4 meetings, severally and individually liable, duty of skill, care and loyalty. What does this call for you? Let us share. For me, that's how I felt. My heart dropped. Yes.
Being severally responsible means that collectively you made a decision, and if you're found culpable, you can be prosecuted as a group, but you can also be prosecuted individually. There is limitless liability in terms of what your inaction or action could have caused.
Good. You can be prosecuted individually or collectively as a group. You will not run around saying, no, it was a collective decision. You will be sued collectively, but also individually. So your friend who has a financial background, who is on the board, he is held as equally as you, who does not have a background on financial matters, in making a decision of a financial nature. Wanji? On the same page. So therefore, the nature of alertness that we need on every subject before the board is the same for everybody, including financial, including risk. And so when I was asked by my senior to come and be part of this, you are very, very welcome, Mr. Matovu. Thank you. Yeah, very, very good. I decided that I look out what good boards, what strong boards do, and share with you. What do strong boards do? Then we see whether you are a strong board. Kindly get your pen and paper and be taking off whether you are a strong board. A strong board practices good corporate governance. A strong board exercises financial oversight. A strong board embraces risk governance. A strong board establishes relevant board committees, which has been talked about by my senior before. A strong board monitors institutional performance. A strong board leverages audit mechanisms, and a strong board avoids common pitfalls. Are you a strong board? Yes, you have something to say. You are? You are almost there. I saw him, that's how he was gesturing. I wanted that in words. So, yes, so I want us to jog through those one by one. And by the end of those, I will be out of this place. Yes, transition, the mouse, Sebo. Hello? He has the mouse. Give it to me. Hey, I'm waiting for you. Hey. Right. So, has it refused to move? Hey, oh. Next. Technology. Okay. A strong board exercises good corporate governance. Everything that we are talking about here regarding good corporate governance, you do if you are a strong board. If you are a strong board, you understand your duties, including fiduciary duties and the consequences that they come with. You pursue excellence relentlessly, led by the chairperson. Excellence. You want the best in everything that you do. But corporate governance generally is about everything we started talking about this morning. The way you govern, the way you hold your meetings, the way you set up your committees. Strong boards practice good corporate governance. And we have seen boards that practice bad corporate governance. We have seen them. I have talked to over 120 boards, like you must have been told, since 2000. You find weak boards and you find strong boards. And the characteristics are very common. Weak corporate governance. They don't take corporate governance seriously. Relations between management and the board are not taken very seriously. People come to meetings as a formality. And there was a board in which the CEO came out because he was tired and fed up with his own board. Yes, and raised his hand and said, I have something to say. When we gave him a chance, and it's a public board, the gentleman said, I think I have a big problem. I said, okay, what is the problem? I fear that if this company fails, it will collapse with me. How? Whenever I go to the board with an issue, with the board paper, as sure as sunset follows, day, yes, the board will approve. The board will approve. I don't get quality conversations in the board over the papers I give them. Everything I give them, they just pass. Yes, the roof of the building we were in collapsed on us. No one was talking. No one was talking. There was no courage. Hit directly on the board. How do you help the CEO? By engaging him in a quality discourse over his presentations. Good corporate governance. Number 2, that touches now the meat on money. On money. What are you supposed to do regarding money? Corporate governance says exercise financial oversight. Did they say sign checks? Have they said so? Exercise financial. Yes. What should we do exactly? Bullet 1, establish financial management. What? Do you have systems? Do you have systems as MakBRC? If you have systems, what kind of systems are they? Sometimes you ask, in places you ask for systems, they give you a document containing some things. This is our system. That is not the system. Do you have ways, means, procedures which are vetted by you, approved by you, by which money is handled in this place? You approve annual budgets and hand over the CEO and his team. Where are the procedures which guide the usage of that money? Where are they? Where are they? Budgeting systems, procurement systems, and other systems indeed, including human resource and other scientific systems, also must be in place to guide how decision making is going to be handled in the institution. Are there internal controls? Who can tell us what internal controls are? Volunteer? Internal controls? If we say there are no controls, what do we mean? Volunteer? Yes. Checks and balances. Checks and balances. In the sense that for you to make a decision, no one person can make a decision from the beginning to the end. If you need a BMW to transport the chair as a ceremonial car for him to be visiting important places, if that's what the chair says, that is his need. How does the BMW come here? Sorry? They have to? Yes. How did we arrive at the BMW? You see the process? Or the chairman is going to say, I need a BMW. Then he jumps on a plane to Dubai, identify the specific BMW, and comes and says, CEO, that's the type I want. Within 1 week, the ceremonial car is here. The moment you have a need, there must be somebody else to review whether that need is a real need or is there a want. Because there is a difference between needs and someone must sign off, not you. Then another person must approve and say, with the budget authority, I authorize this. Somebody must implement, go through micro processes to see who can give us a better one at a good price. Then somebody else will receive the BMW, not you. You will be given by another person and will be shocked at who is going to give you. The storekeeper. Sir, sign here. Give you the BMW, the keys, the logbook, whatever it is that should be in the car. Then once you have the asset, there's another person to look at how you are using it. Do you have controls? Do you have internal controls? How does money come in? How does money get out? Where is the budgeting systems? That's what internal controls mean. And let me tell you this, another story altogether. One time in public accounts, the Auditor General came and said, I went to this institute and I found 300 million has been eaten. Yes, a government research institute. So the report came to us and we said, let us wait for these guys. We invited them. When they came, we had an engagement for almost 2 hours looking for the money. The CEO is here. He was telling us how the money got lost. And when he told us the whole story, we discovered where the money had gone and how it had gone. The internal control systems were weak. There was only, this is what we found out. There was one person who receives revenue, including this revenue which is collected at the center, not the one allocated by government. The person receives in the bank, reconciles records, posts the cash book, writes the reports, and there's only one boss on top. She was the one receiving money and giving out money. She was the one procuring things from the market. She was the one issuing those very things out. That's a breach of internal control. So 300 million left the bank account. Between how many people? 2. The CEO plus that person I'm talking about. And we were very interested in seeing that person. Did we see her? Did we see her? My friend, when we asked for the person, they told us the person had died. The person had? And for truth, the lady had died the previous week before the hearing. She had died. She said, give us a death certificate. They went back, let us go and process it. But our staff, that person died. You know what happened that we discovered? They finished her. When they got this invitation to come and explain 300 million, they decided to finish her. They finished her. Because the internal control was weak. When we ask you for your financial management systems, give us how the systems are. Are they strong? Is there segregation of duties? They finished the girl because she was the only one, in addition to the CEO, who has the cacodio of how the 300 million went. What solution do you have for that? Finish that one. So, this, for you as board members, this is the thing you must spend time on. And I have a quarrel with you today regarding this very thing. I have a quarrel with you, sir. Yes, individually and severally. Yes. Is the system that you have, the system of internal control, strong at MakBRC? Is it? You must select accounting standards, because accounting is a language, is like a science. What do you want to base your accounting on? You select a standard, like you select a language. So you know that you are preparing your accounts in accordance with this standard. The international standards and their local standards and their fabricated standards. Yes.
I just want to contribute to that.
Yes.
I think it's very important that the silence is very well defined. In my experience,
listen to him.
Boards do not pay attention to audit work. In fact, financial work. The moment it's time for discussing financial matters, the time is limited, the amount of attention is diminished, and at the end of the day, many people get away with it. My tip on this is one. Like he's saying, accounting is a financial language. It's a language. You ask the questions that are running in your mind. Those questions will throw a professional off board if he's wrong. What we normally do is you normally just simply look away, say you will not ask. But the simple basic things, you ask the team that is telling you they gave you that financial report that you have on that file. There's a line that says each of the board members has taken responsibility for the truthfulness and accuracy of the numbers in there. That should strike you. And then two, it is saying you have taken every reasonable step before you signed. The financial report is signed off by the directors, not management, the directors, because the responsibility is held there. So it's your responsibility to appreciate every content. If you do not understand it, it's not your problem. They must explain it. And I've found in my experience of 25 years, yours is 50 years, mine is 25 years, I've found in my experience that the most basic questions, why is this number on this page having the same name as this one and not tying to this? Those questions seem innocent, but they are very, very telling, because this is a language that's supposed to be consistent.
Absolutely.
So taking interest, even in what the auditor has done, many times I do a board presentation, prepare 50 slides to go through with the board to tell them to what length we did, what we discovered, how we went about it. No attention at all. The chairman will tell you, auditor, you have 2 minutes and you're out of here. And you say, no, we should go through this. You're telling them about the deficiencies that you have made. It is their responsibility, because after they take a decision to adopt those financials, your work is done. So at the end of the day, I think what is calling on us to do is to be as meticulous and to be as attentive to these details as possible. You don't have to become a professional accountant to know the questions to ask. We gave you a budget. We told you spend so much. You have spent so much. Explain. And let the explaining go on. Even if you didn't understand it several times, it's the responsibility of management to make sure the board has appreciated and understood. Contribution to your tears, sir.
Good. Thank you very, very much. A hand clap for him. The thing we are talking about is not a joking matter. Are the systems there? Are standards established? They are what we call generally accepted accounting practices. Okay? Mostly this originated in the US. But there are also standardized ones, internationally recognized, such as International Financial Reporting Standards. What standards do you use for preparation of your accounts? I want you to read those financial statements and you see you have work. You have work. And we are going to dive there very soon. Internal audit. Do you have internal audit, and is it effective? Is the internal auditor here? Where is the internal auditor? Raise your hands. Very good. Do you have internal audit? How strong is internal audit? The strength of internal audit is derived from the mandate given to him or her by the board. You are the ones who set it up. The internal auditor reports to you. Yes, line reporting. And then functional reporting to the CEO for administrative purposes only. Are we on the same page? And for that person to be respected and to be able to back at the heads of department whom we have put there with a lot of power and budgets, the internal auditor must be at the same level as the heads of departments for other departments. Yes. Why do you serve people meat, then you bring a small dog to bark at them? How can that happen? No. We have found that in institutions, big institutions of government, we have said you, we have found you. Change this. A senior level of an internal auditor that rubs shoulders with the rest of the heads of department. Those are the ones he audits. When the external auditor comes, if that function is strong, the place he lands first is the home of the internal auditor. And he examines whether that function is any helpful internally. Does he review functions? How independent is it? Does he make reports? Does the board look at his reports? Does the board take decisive decisions on the report of the do they? If those are weak, the external auditor will start auditing from first principles and check everything as if there is no internal audit. But if internal audit is strong and it is demonstrated by the trail, then he will just select a few things to double check and adopt his reports and call that his report. Internal audit, do you have? I have seen also something you call internal monitors. I don't know what those are. I have seen internal audit somewhere at the corner as an underdog before heads of departments. Then I said, I have seen these ones. I have found them. I have found you. Why are you putting the internal auditor in the Munkwao? Why? Why? You tell me why. Tell me why, sir. Why? You are never there. That one is the 24/7 watchdog for you. Internal audit is yours. What about external audit? What do external auditors do? They express an opinion. Are we together on that? Yes. Like for you, you do in medical world in tests, you say it is malaria plus, isn't it? Yes, that is what you do. For us in the village, when you say you have malaria, oh, which malaria? Plus. You have 3 pluses. In audit, we want the opinion. What opinion did you get from the audit? And there are 4 opinions. Let me summarize that quickly. 1, you have a clean opinion, what others call unqualified. You have a qualified opinion. Qualified? You have adverse opinion, adverse. And then number 4, you have a disclaimer. You had an external edit by PKF. Was it PKF? What opinion did you get? And somebody? What opinion? What opinion did you get? Give them a microphone. Give them a. What opinion did you get?
Unqualified.
Unqualified. Another person?
It was unqualified. Unqualified.
Unqualified. Are those the same accounts we were given? They are the same accounts. Now, if you are coming before PAC, you would be meat for today. You would be what? For eating. Unqualified opinion means there is no issue. A qualified opinion means, things were done well, except there are fundamental matters. There are fundamental matters that I must tell the owners of this company. Okay? Number 3 says, it is a negative. In fact, 4 pluses. It is bad. This one is bad. Yes, in capital letters. Okay? Now, disclaimer says, I cannot even say whether they are good or bad. Like you scientists, they give you a person to check whether it's female or male, and you disclaim and say, I cannot actually tell whether this person is a female or a male from your scientific examination. Why? Because of limitation of scope. The information does not exist in this place. This place is sick. That's what this one is saying. This place is opaque. You can't see anything. There is no document on file. There is no processes. So, if you cannot decipher your accounts based on that, when you come to PAC, that's question number 1. Where is the accounting officer? I didn't take note. Where is the accounting officer, professor?
I'm here.
Yes. That is your question.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What opinion did you get? That is a very, very fundamental question, which you have to lead this institution to achieve. And we are going to see that exactly, very, very important, very shortly. The importance of transparency and accountability in the running of financial affairs in the institution. There must be openness the way financial affairs are run. Okay? A lot of money, grants are coming here. There are procedures for the utilization of those grants. How are those procedures captured within the overall procedures of MakBRC? When I look at your manual, financial management manual, should be able to capture all those things. And I want to take you now very quickly into the accounts because we don't have time. I was telling my friends that for the whole session, for my session. Okay. I was telling my friend that this session is normally, thank you very much, a half a day from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, that is just half of this finance. Then the risk is another time. So we are basically showing you the things that you must touch. Can you go to your accounts in your folder? Can you find your accounts? because I have only 20 minutes to be here. Hey, why is that moving? Oh. Hey, you find your way back. Can we move?
Utilize like 15 minutes. We shall have 5 minutes.
You find our way back. Now, do you have your accounts? Please open your accounts. Have you found them? It says McBRC University Biomedical Research audited financial statements for the year ended 30th of June. Have you found? Have you found? Are you there? Oh, yes, sir. Have you found yours? You have got yours? Yeah. Wonderful, yes. The first one is the audited accounts. The second one are called management letters. Management letters is a document which the auditor tells you, writes to you, and says, these are the internal control weaknesses we have found. It is for you to deal with as a body. But the first one is an opinion on the financial statements. Are we together? Now open that page. Open from the top page. Go to page 1. Page 1. Very good. Members, are we all together? Okay. Is everybody with us? In spirit and in body. Internal auditor, are you around? Yes. Now move. Page 1, go to page 2, go to page 3. Now, look at page 3. Report of the... Okay. Date what? Date? At the top, debt management. Do you see that? Do you see that?
That is June.
On page 4. Are you on page 4? Are you on page 4?
Yeah.
Yes. That is all the report of the directors. Debt management. Who can read for us that part? Receivables. What? Stop there. Manage as per the draft. And the auditor is also auditing your accounts based on the draft F what? So, do you have financial management policies? Do you have?
Yes, we do.
Where are they? The ones which are approved by the board, where are they? Now, I want to go and take you. Page 5. Page 5, statement of the board responsibilities. Look at Roman number 2 and Roman number 3. What is the responsibility of the board? Number 2? And then making accounting estimates and judgments that are responsible in circumstances, are reasonable in circumstances. Good. Do you have accounting policies and do you have a selected accounting standard? My role is to ask you these questions. You will have time to answer them later.
We have the accounting policies already in draft form.
We have the accounting policies, only that they are in the draft form.
Very good.
And management made a decision that in the meantime, we can use those policies as we process the approval.
Very good. Now, let us go to the audit opinion. Page 6. This is the real conclusion of the auditor. Who can read for us that second paragraph? In our opinion.
I think let me read. In our opinion, except for the possible effects of the matters described in the emphasis of matter
Stop there.
section.
Stop there. In our opinion, except for the effects of the matters we have emphasized, that is a qualification. That qualified opinion is also called except for opinion. And by the time the auditor says, in my opinion, instead of saying everything is good, it says except for the fundamental matters. That is qualification. And the matters that have made him to qualify your accounts are detailed below in the emphasis of matter paragraph. Have you seen them? The emphasis of matter, how you manage data, led to the qualification of your accounts. Led to you not getting a qualified, as well as a clean opinion. So you got opinion number what? Number 2. If you are coming to Public Accounts Committee, you would be meat for us to begin with. And since you source donor money coming from very, very far, that is a very good, interesting point for an auditor from the other side to take note about this company. All of us, we must be aiming at opinion number 1. Thank you very, very, very much. Now, let us go to page 7. I'm about to leave this thing, this part. Page 7. I promise to do within the 20 minutes given. Responsibilities of directors for the financial what? Read for us the first 2 lines.
The directors are responsible.
Hey, microphone.
The directors are responsible for the preparation of financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with the company's accounting practices set out on page 13 to 16. And for such internal controls.
Very good, very good. In accordance with the company accounting practices set out on page 13 and 16. You told the auditors, these are the practices we are going to use for the conduct of our accounting business. Practices. The way the auditor worded your audit report needs you to take interest, and those are professional accountants. They have been very, 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 very careful, not even to suggest that you have any accounting system. Very, very careful. They say accounting practices. Then they emphasize the use of the word draft. So by the time they issued this opinion, this report, my work here is to signal to you that you need to spend more time on these matters. By the time you have the next audit, we are your partners right now. By the time you go to the next audit, these matters should be resolved. Draft accounting policies, the use of an approved manual should come into place, and you need to be able to resolve the issues that they have raised as which relate to the qualification, i.e. the debtors. But finally, before I leave on this, let us go to page 10. Page 10. What is that statement on page 10? What is it called? Statement of financial position. What did we used to call it those days? Balance sheet. Wonderful. Clap for them. The ones that said that. And we know that a balance sheet usually contains what? Contains assets and liabilities. What kind of assets? Is it all assets or some assets? Do you expect all assets to be there? Do you? Okay. There used to be categories of assets. What are the categories of assets you know? Non-current assets and current assets. Non-current means fixed, the way you used to call it those days. So, do you see current assets there? Current. Are they there? What about non-current assets? You said non-current assets. Are they there?
They are not there.
Do you have non-current assets?
Yes, we do.
Do you have fixed assets?
Yes, we do.
Are they in the balance sheet? You expect to see them here?
They are not there. All this paper, at least they are not there. Maybe in another sheet.
The selection of the accounting standards which you use for the discharge of the accounting business is very, very, very important. Because of the accounting practices you selected, a justification was made in the accounts that because we are really donor funded and we are program funded, therefore, recognizing these assets here will not give a true picture. We need to treat it differently other than appearing as fixed assets or as non-current assets. That is the conversation you should go into. But many organizations you will see outside there, including those that are funded like you will not come here and miss fixed assets, non-current assets. Where are you accounting for them? Completeness and transparency. Selection of suitable accounting standards that paint a full picture of the state of affairs of the company. We started by talking about the fiduciary duty you have. You have a huge role to engage in cleaning up your accounts, to get a good opinion next time, approve the financial management manual, strengthen it. I'm not sending you just to sit and approve, but to look into what it is suggesting is the method of conducting your accounting in this place. Can I have 5 minutes on the final part? Is that enough on the financial side? My work is to kusomoza you. Are we together? My work is to kusomoza you. You are individually and severally accountable And I am telling you, starting from the first opening page, you need to be guided on how to complete this. You are a going concern, projects will come and go. But you will stay as a company. And you will soon be making your own money, even without donor money. Are we together? Yes. So, the fact that you have donors should not be the basis for you to say we are not going to record fixed assets in this document. And the auditor is also asking in this document, saying they said that there are certain amounts of fixed assets in practice that they don't recognize. But they have not told me of which value of fixed assets do they not recognize and which ones do they recognize. The threshold they never gave me. Auditor is telling you, PKF. So this document, I hope we are only internal. Are we alone? Are we alone? Is very kindly indicting. He packaged it in fear. He wanted business. That is how he worded it in a manner that you didn't feel actually you had a problem. But as your partners, we are coming here to guide you. There is a quick question here before I go to risk.
Yeah, maybe I need to throw some guidance.
Yes.
On those assets.
Yes.
As we said that this organization is purely owned by MakBRC, and it's the policy of government that fixed assets are written off immediately, but a list is maintained for purposes of monitoring. So when you look at this financial position, it's the reason that you don't see fixed assets included in here. And PKF, they are here. They carried out that audit. And the reason that they signed, they also looked at that fundamental issue, that fixed assets, as per the government regulation, you write them off. But you maintain a list for monitoring.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. As I said, I came to Kusomoza.
It's for now understandable that you're transiting between a project and a company. But if you are a company, even government business entities are required to follow the Companies Act. The Companies Act requires adoption of international financial reporting standards. Those standards do not permit you to skip anything. In fact, for me, if I was the signing partner of this, I would have given a heavier qualification than what I see here.
Even in the government, like you are saying, which is not a profit-making entity, government of Uganda, GOU, you find fixed assets in their balance sheet.
Because the overriding regulation is the Companies Act now.
So that conversation you can have. If you need us, we can come again. We have become your friends. Are we together? Now, finally, on risk. Would you give me 5? Thank you very much. 5. Embrace strong boards. We are on strong boards. They embrace risk governance. Because management is managing the company. What do you do as a board? Is using the sixth sense. Management uses 5 senses. The board uses the sixth to see the unseen, to see what can go wrong, to visualize. Risks, strategic risks, compliance, regulatory, financial risk, operational risk, reputational risk, environmental, social governance risk, how you treat employees. Now, I'm giving you 1 minute to help me. Get a piece of paper for me. A free piece of paper you have. Donate 1 piece of paper for me and write something for me. I will appreciate. That is my take home. Write for me 2 important risks that you see that this board should address within the MakBRC. Because I looked for your risk register, provide a repository of the risks that you manage. I didn't get. These are the most important risks that MakBRC is managing. I have not seen it. Mr. Chairman, you are supposed to engage into a risk oversight exercise at board level and set the tone. Can somebody collect this for me? And set the tone for managing these risks. Let us collect all of them. Collect? Yes. Yes, a comment. 2 risks, very, very important.
It's a session for question and answers.
Yes. Oh. There is a Q&A, I understand, which is coming. I'm advised we can handle all of them jumla when everybody has done the presentation. Does that make sense? Is it acceptable? So you keep that one, put it in the bag.
It is a quick one.
Okay, good.
I'm on another board, and last year we spent 3 full days, talking risk management.
Yes. 3 full days.
Just for information of my colleagues.
3 full what?
Days. And what we didn't handle because of time, although it was put there, was environment. And
where shall we get 3 days? Can we get 3 days within this 1 day? Very good. Now, you write what you can write. Let us use that as a beginning, but let us capture that. We can easily, if you so decide, and we are not lobbying, we can come back and dig deeper in many of these things. Are we together? Now, Tambra, as we collect those will be the beginning. You go into a process, my senior, that is the process you are talking about. It cannot be a few minutes. What you are writing down is going to generate for us what is called a risk register. Tambra, a risk register. Move again. That one there. You must have a risk register to demonstrate that this is the oversight and how we have deployed our 6th sense to look into the unknowns and guide management. Financial risks, environmental risks, name it, so that you are prepared. If you don't prepare for the worst, then what will management do? The role of management is to manage. If you don't look into the unknowns, what will be the role of the board? Give me that. Let me see. What will be the role of the board? Okay? Now, which of those is a financial risk? This is now a question for you. Can someone give me an answer? Which of the following is an example of a financial risk relevant to Makerere University Biomedical Research Center? Somebody? And Madam Moderator, have a suite for somebody who gets the correct answer. A suite. Anybody who gets the correct answer? Which of those is a financial risk?
C. Number C.
Number C. Changes in government policy. Is she right or wrong? Who else? There can be more than one correct answer. Not so? Let us first hear that one.
A.
market volatility affecting grant funding. Give both of them seats. Both of them. Give both of them seats. Because things can change in the government policy affecting you. In Makerere University, in the broader government, you get? Now, strong boards. Strong boards. Now I want to run away from here. Strong boards establish relevant committees for financial and risk oversight. I heard Governor Leo Kibirango saying that you don't have a risk committee. You see that? How do you oversee risk when you don't have a risk committee? How do you oversee money when you don't have a finance committee? You have a finance committee? You have. The documents I received, I didn't see a finance committee. Do you have a finance committee? Please let us be Guterev.
We named it an audit and finance committee, but may.
Governor must have told you that.
Yeah,
audit cannot be combined with
another thing. Okay, we are learning. we are.
You don't have a finance committee. You cannot exercise financial and risk oversight when you don't have relevant committees to oversee those specific sectors. You get? And since you are basically relying on looking for donor money, why don't you even consider something near to fundraising? If you want to assign that to finance, then you put it in their terms of reference. Strong boards establish relevant board committees. And members, those of you who are going to be who are in the audit committee, look at that. Look at that. Your profiles, your CVs must be hosted on the internet of MakBRC. The CVs of the people who are in the audit committee must be on the World Wide Web for the people to see in the world, those who want to give you money. Who is overseeing this money in the audit committee? What are their profiles? Balina Amanya. Do they have names? Those people want you to see. Then in the audit committee, you must meet the auditor annually when the management is absent. One meeting every year. You must meet the internal auditor. You must meet the external auditor when there is even no secretary. Are we together?
Yes.
There will be no minutes for the file. You take note of the conversations, you as members. We are talking about oversight. You have only 4 meetings to do your work in a whole year. How can you ever do it? These are the things. They tell you the risk areas, they tell you things even they cannot write.
Do we meet the
Yes.
and external auditors, individual or together in one meeting?
Sorry?
The internal and the external auditors.
You know, you put them together.
Together.
Bring them together. Bring them together. They are one, they are the same. One relies on the work of the other. Mr. Internal Auditor, isn't it? Every member must take their notes in their notebooks.
But does the internal auditor have to wait?
Does the internal auditor have to?
Have to wait for the external auditor to meet the audit committee.
You can have another session with the internal auditor, then another one with the external. There is no harm in that.
The working of the audit committee, the person who reports in the audit committee is the external auditor.
Oh, yes.
So he has an opportunity to meet with the audit committee many times. But the specific meeting, or the annual meeting, is about the exceptions from those that have been written that the audit committee must hear on behalf of the board from the external auditor without management.
Okay, that's also okay. For me, whichever
Maybe this one is for auditors, the green one is for auditors.
Whichever way you do it, it is up to you, up to your convenience. But you meet them once a year to have a heart-to-heart, umbilical cord to umbilical cord conversation without. How can you manage this place when you meet only 4 times? That's the question we are answering. Are we together? Now, strong boards monitor the performance of the institution. They monitor. No other way of monitoring other than demanding and receiving and scrutinizing reports. Demanding, receiving, scrutinizing, and taking actions. Remember the other CEO I told you, who told the board, I don't feel the board around. CEOs want to be kicked. Our friend professor wants to be kicked. He's a human being. He's motivated by the pressure that the board gives. These are highly knowledgeable people. You recruit them from the top echelons of people. They need challenge. They need support. Boards, weak boards, are not doing it. I tried to look for an annual report for this company. I never got. Are they there? They are there. Okay, if they are there, congratulations. Now, what I want to emphasize for you is number 1. Annual reports have gone deficient into counting numbers, counting workshops, counting the number of tests that have been conducted. We have been to some health-oriented organizations, counting beans. They don't talk about number 1. There is a reason MakBRC was started. MakBRC has a strategic plan. It has a vision of where it wants to go. Now, you start from somewhere, and that's where you want to go. At the end of the year, tell us of that journey. Where have you reached in terms of results? In terms of impact? In terms of, count for us beans in number 3. And tell us about money. What we discussed about money is just number 2. But number 1, why you promulgated MakBRC must have a dedicated section of the annual report to tell us where you are. The people who signed this thing and said, let it be, they created it. What was the purpose and how far are you? I told you I want to run away from this place. But finally, on monitoring, strong boards monitor. It is not enough to receive reports. You read through reports. I move a motion that you adopt this report. Ah, yes, the ayes have it. Report adopted. Follow up. Where is the running list of all board resolutions that the company has, the board has made, against which you tick whether this is implemented or this is not implemented, so that you can say, why is this one taking 3 months when we passed it in January? It is now May. Mr. CEO, why? Every board meeting must have a checklist of previous resolution and status of implementation. Follow-up is the epitome of oversight. Minus follow-up, you will be wasting time approving reports and adopting them. Let me start my journey back. Strong boards leverage audit mechanisms. They leverage, they conduct audits, they use the work of internal audit. They realize that the internal auditor is their own. They make sure that the audit environment is strengthened. The special role of internal auditors, I just wanted to put in your slide for your take home. Those people are not there to tick now, to tick vouchers for payment. That's what they are known for in the government systems where you are coming from. That their work is to put a green pen and say, okay, this one now is ready for. No, these people are trained in risk management. Their training is risk management, not taking of vouchers. My friend, are we okay? do you take vouchers for payment? Does he do? You do pre-audit. You still do pre-audit. Pre-audit was phased out in the government system in Uganda. Are we together? They are supposed to do risk-based auditing. Look at the risk environment, risk profile, and say which areas are risky and focus the audits there. Not to take off vouchers for payments. Strong boards avoid common pitfalls. Strong boards, yes. Lack of expertise, insufficient information, over-reliance on management. Many people decide to over-trust and over-rely on management. Like the other friend of ours who accused the board in a meeting like this one. He opened up. He burst. He said, I don't have any help from these people. There is value add. Where is the value add? It has to be seen in the discourse. There has to be turmoil in the board meeting. When you look at a blood sample, don't you see bacteria actually moving and fighting? In a board meeting, there has to be a war of ideas. The eyes have it. Does not have to be the norm in the boardroom. Group think. Governor Lew already talked about group think. The big problem, you want to be identified by the chairman or by the CEO as not being the one who is always having dissenting views. Then why are you here? Why did you bring me if I am to come here to consent to what is presented? Of what value am I? Some people don't mind that as long as there is somewhere to sign for something to be finally effected. But you are wasting your life. Groupthink. So, strong boards avoid these common pitfalls. And in conclusion, as we have already said, strong boards are proactive. Strong boards lead the vision. My senior brother is going to deal with strategy. They lead. They practice good corporate governance. They establish clear policies and procedures. That one I am waving my hand to emphasize on financial procedures. They practice regular reporting and review. They embark and embrace risk governance. They monitor performance and demand for results from the CEO. They leverage audit mechanisms and they are true fiduciaries. Remember the video? The duty of loyalty and the duty of care. Those two duties. We are going to send you that video so that you can have it. And I hope you are now able to articulate the importance of financial and risk oversight. And you have seen the weight on your shoulders. I told you I don't envy you. It is not an easy job. You should be able to articulate the importance of risk and financial oversight. I hope you have recognized opportunities for improving, for doing something stronger. Okay? You know where to begin from. I hope that it is helpful and that when next time you meet, we don't expect you to fight, but we expect a war of words, of an ideas. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that wonderful session. It was indeed eye-opening, enlightening, and I know we have really learnt a lot from this session. Thank you very, very much. So we don't have much time left. What I have to... Yes. What I am requesting us to do now is to have a health break. We need to stand up and stretch for 2 minutes so that we can go straight into the next session. Let's have a health break. Dr. Sam, what else did your grandfather tell you? Who else was told something by their grandfather to lead us into a stretch? Organize. So, as we conclude our stretching, our next presenter is going to be Mr. Joseph Matovu. He's already in the house. He's a senior citizen, and we are ready to delve into what he has to tell us. We are ready to receive a lot of wisdom from him. Yes. So Mr. Matovu is a long career consultant with a master's degree in economics. He commands over 30 years of wealth of experience consulting for public, private, and non-profit organizations in Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa. As a management consultant, he has served on projects for financial, industrial, health, educational, and civil society institutions, privately, government, or donor-funded. He's a wealth of knowledge, just as Honorable said that when he had, was it in 2001, when he landed into a pool of experienced people. Here I am in a pool of experienced people who are going to continue leading us on. Mr. Matovu, you're welcome to give us your talk. Members, can we please sit? Our health break is up. Mr. Matovu is ready to take us on. Thank you.
I have one hand to move this thing there. And then I cannot hold the microphone.
Oh, that one I think was helping us.
Okay.
To move.
Sebo, you know how to use this one. When I say move, you move.
Yes.
The problem is I cannot now point.
Okay, we are ready.
Good afternoon. You see, I rarely use microphone because I normally believe I can speak and be heard.
But there are people online.
There are people online.
Yes.
And they only pick from the microphone.
Easier.
Oh dear.
You can put it at a distance. Yes.
Okay. Next time, since we are in Makerere, and we are we are called the Center of Excellence, I would suggest we use the state-of-the-art technology. These days we don't use these things. We have lapel microphones. It's held here and I talk without encumbrance. Okay, that's one I'm giving you. But I'm here to talk about strategy, not technology. Okay? So, the title has already been read, and I would request that we desist, and I believe, do you have the presentation in your booklet? Please close those booklets. I'm not asking you to open them. I ask so that I can ask you to close them. Because we have everything on the board. So please, let's monitor the board. Keep our ears open and be willing and ready to open our mouths. Because this is going to be an interactive session. I'm not a lecturer like some of you, neither am I a professor. I'm a professor maybe not by facultation, but by nomination. The powers that be, I was at a cabinet meeting presenting on the agricultural value gap, and then said, let's have Professor Matov present. I said, Your Excellency, I'm not a professor. He said, I'm the Vice Chancellor of the only national university. So when I call you professor, I've invested on you the professorship. So from that day in some quarters, I'm called Professor Matov. And I accepted it humbly. Today we are going to talk about strategy. The topic is strategy. Is that the topic really? Can you flash back a little? Corporate strategy, not just any strategy. Because you are a corporate entity, aren't you? MakBRC is a corporate entity established in law. Am I right? It meets all the requirements of the law. It has owners. It has a board. It has management. It has staff. Clap for yourselves. Not too loud, eh? Not too loud. So today we are going to look at three things. We'll define strategy and strategic planning, because the two are different. Strategy is strategy, strategic planning is strategic planning. But the two are intertwined in a marriage of convenience. But we need to understand the leadership roles in the strategic planning. When we talk about leadership roles, we refer to the board. I believe you have been explained by my predecessor presenters that the primary role of the board has shifted to providing strategic direction and strategic oversight to the organization. That is now the primary role. So that is why I'm here, so that we can hold a conversation on strategy, looking at those roles, and we look at the execution challenges and best practices. Now, when I was invited to exchange ideas with you, to exchange knowledge, I requested for the strategy of the organization. Do you have a strategy? That's the question I ask. Who are the board members here? Hands up. Hands up, board members. So the board has only 5. I'm seeing 5 hands. The board has only 5 persons. Your board has only 5 persons.
Some have sent their apologies.
Some have stepped up. When a strategy topic comes, they stepped out. Others are coming. This is the last presentation for today, probably. Others are online. Okay, I will take the online. What is the size of your board? How big is your board? By the way, I'm desisting talking professor language, because this is not a PhD presentation. It's not a dissertation.
15, but not full.
This is just a conversation. You are 15. Okay.
Not yet fully filled.
You are not yet fully filled. The law says we should be 15, not less, not more.
That's what we have proposed.
That's what you have proposed. In the bylaw, minimum is 15. The bylaw says minimum is 15. Does it set a maximum? No. Okay. Now those leadership roles becomes difficult to fulfill under crowd. So you need to have a reasonable board size. But that is for the corporate governance. We look at the execution challenges and best practice. My son, when I flit a finger, you move on. So, I didn't want to bother you with the definitions. There are many definitions. I could bring definitions from Harvard, from Oxford, but me, in our days of schooling, we went to either to college or to school. I said in my days, not now. I don't know how many of you went to school in my days of schooling. How many here? Who are my peers of schooling here? Who entered Makerere before or during 71? Or during 71? That's when I entered here, this hill. 70. Let me see. Which year? 71. Okay. Oh yes. So in those days before you could enter Makerere, some of us, our parents, could afford. There were 2 schools and 2 colleges. If you went to those, you have gone to a school or to a college. If you went to St. Mary's College, Kisubi, which I went to, or if you went to King's College, Budo, then you have gone to college. If you went to Ntare School, or if you went to Gayaza High School, then you had gone to. The others, they were not schools or colleges. They were names. My brother there went to Namiriango. So if you asked him, where do you study? He said, Namiriango. No, they never mentioned the college. Because where do you go to? Nyakasura. Where do you go to? Namagunga. There Namagunga is here. Where do you go to? Nabingo. They said, now you call it a college. They never realized. So there were those. So in those colleges we were told to define. We were told to define. Never start an engagement without definitions. And you professors insist on that. Don't you? Yes. So a plan of action designed to achieve one or more overarching long-term organizational goals or aims. Very simple English, not even college English. Senior 4, senior 3, they will understand. There is no word the secondary school learner cannot understand there. Yet, strategy is a problem to many organizations. There is a gentleman called Dwight Eisenhower. If you claim to have gone to school, to college, how many of you have heard of this name, Dwight Eisenhower? Hands up. Who was he? There is only one person who went to school or college, even as of now. Tell us, who was he? Don't read. Don't read. Louder. We have 2 microphones.
Okay. He was the chief commander of the Allied forces during World War II.
You are reading.
Okay,
I'm monitoring your eyes.
And I can close them. And he became, I don't know, the 31st president of the
United States. You are memorizing. This guy was the commander of the Allied Expeditionary Forces. The forces, combined forces that won the Second World War. Okay, he commanded several fronts and he won on each front. And he delivered the final punch that finished off Hitler. The reason, and eventually he came to become the 34th, I think, president of the United States of America. Now, I'm not quoting him because of those accolades. I'm quoting him because of 2 lines that I found very inspiring when we have this conversation on strategy. He said, plans are nothing, planning is everything. What did he say? What did he mean? Can somebody tell us? What did he mean? Schools and colleges. Yes, sir. Let's have a microphone, a roving microphone. Some people are monopolizing the microphone. Was it your hand? You guys, if you stand to be elected, I don't know what will happen.
Thank you. I think what he means is that you can have as many plans as possible, but for as long as you don't act on them, then you cannot achieve anything. So I think it's more of action on the plans that you have.
Action on the plans.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you? Technology at Makerere. And you have a full faculty of technology. The other one is on, this one is off. Am I the one who switched it off?
You don't? Okay.
It's okay.
A sweet, huh?
Have you got your sweet? Not yet. It's coming. Plans are nothing. Now, do you have a plan? Do you have a plan at MakBRC? Do you have a plan? Yes, an emphatic yes with a nod. You know, I always find it funny. The Indian, when he nods, it means no. When he wants to say yes, then he shakes the head. But now I'm saying yes with an emphatic. Where can I find your plan? Where can your plan be found? A plan of action. Where can the plan of action for the MakBRC be found? In the secretariat? With the secretary? Board members? Where do we find your plan? Do you have a name? It is in the process. You know, St. Mary's, they told us one expression. They said, excuses seldom excuse. So let's not have excuses here. I had some when my brother there was presenting. Let's deal with the facts. The fact is that we don't have a plan. So when I was invited, I requested for a strategic plan of this organization. And then somebody very smartly put a document into technology and they titled it Draft Strategic Plan. And it was sent. I received it, I opened it. It had no semblance with a strategic plan. It was a proposal. The concept. The people who put their heads together and they wrote a proposal that they can sell to people to buy into their idea so that this organization can hatch out of the womb of mental conception. Am I using professorship? Correct me, those of you who are not professors, if I'm using professor language. I'm not meant to use that one. Okay? But that is not your strategy. That is just a proposal. We call that a brain teaser. Okay? It enabled you to exist. After that, you had the memorandum and articles of association. After that, you were registered as an entity. After that, members got very busy and you had a board. And now you have a big staff. So you have an organization which has been running over the last 3 years. But But it is a baby who cannot even crawl. It is a baby who cannot even crawl after 3 years of existence. Because an organization cannot. Can you take us back to the definition of strategy? Plan of action. The moment I was born, my parents had a plan of action for me. And I'm sure the same exists. With everybody here I see is a potential or an existing parent or a grandparent like me. The moment our children are born, we immediately devise a plan. My son is going to be this. Even if they don't turn up to be that, but we have already set up a plan of action. So the moment this organization existed, it needed a plan of action. Because it was given matching orders. You have a registration certificate, now start. Move on. Again. So, that plan of action is not a document. That's what Eisenhower said. It is not the document. That's why we even have this problem. We call the proposal the strategy. Our focus is on the document, not the process. So when you talk about strategy, our focus should be on the process that brought into that strategy into existence, the process that sees it implemented, okay? And it must have a lifetime. As it comes to the end of its lifetime, then we need to move forward with another. So it is a cyclical process. Normally 3 to 5 years. For this organization, in its infancy, in its childhood, to use simple language, you need a strategy that looks not beyond 5 years. But since you are young, I would advise your first strategy looks at the next 3 years, because now it is visionable what you will be 3 years from now. The next one, once you have gathered experience, yes, you can now embark on a 5-year strategy. Are we together? Start by dealing with the achievable. Okay? So, strategic planning, we need it because we need to establish priorities. The reason I declassified your proposal, I looked for the strategic priorities, they were not there. They were programs. The intentions, program intentions, but not the priorities of the organization. When you prioritize, then you make choices, because you cannot do everything. Even what is written in your proposal may not be done over the next 5 years. So it can't be your strategy. Are we together? You make choices. Because it is your plan of action, it is the game plan for the organization. I used to play football. The Americans called it soccer. For us, we call it soccer when you try to call it the American way. The English call it football. But in my football years, I even played football when I was still physically fit. But now, this side of me has a stroke. I had a stroke. 1 year from Makerere, I had a stroke. I was 26 years. I've lived with it. Then recently, when COVID came around, they discovered I had arthritis, which had eroded my hip, my right now, the correct one, the right side hip joint. Now they said it has to be replaced. So there is metal from here to there. I can no longer play football. But the reason I'm talking about football is that every football team that we watch on TV, Arsenal, Man U, City, you name it. There is no team that goes to the pitch without a winning game plan. And that is their strategy. So you need a winning game plan for this organization because it galvanizes the entire organization around a single game plan. Everybody in the organization must think, act, behave, and live strategy as long as they are executing their responsibilities. And then lastly, we use a strategy to allocate resources. Because resources, they told you I'm an economist. One of the principles they teach in economics, the first lesson of economics, is that resources are scarce. You can never have enough resources. This country can never have enough resources. The Arab countries who are awash with the oil money, they can never have enough resources. So resources are scarce, a scarce commodity. So we need to outline where they will get allocated. You can only get so much of a grant. Where are you going to deploy those funds? It must be explained in a strategy. So for us, we don't talk about strategic plan, we talk about strategy. The reason is because if you don't have a plan for the future of this organization, you will not have it. Do you have a plan for this organization? For the future of this organization? Do you have a plan for the future of this organization? I need answers. I'm not blaming you. I want us to be...
In our heads, yes.
The plan is in the head. Thank you very much for... Yeah, I like candid answers. See, it's better than silence. Yes. Because for us at St. Mary's, the principle is that silence doesn't mean consent. Number two, justification. What got MakBRC here today, where we are, not in this hall, but where it is today, what it is, will not get it to where it needs to be tomorrow. Now, I need you to agree or to disagree. With the end of this justification, then we can debate. Number three, you need smart. You people talk of smart with one A. In strategy, we talk about smart with the two A's. Okay, now you tell me the smart you know. With one S. S for specific. Oh, this one doesn't need a microphone. They will just utter it. M for measurable. The first A for achievable. You skip the second A. The R for realistic. The T for clap for yourselves. Now, who can venture to tell us the second A? Accurate? No. Attainable is achievable. If your English vocabulary now. Affordable? No. Aggressive. Aggressive. Your strategy must be aggressive. Can somebody tell us why we need an aggressive strategy? Because of... Thank you. Did I hear you, sir? Pick one sweet. The sweets are ready for you. They knew you give the correct answers, so they put the sweets there. Yes, competition. But for us in strategy, it's not just competition. We call it competitive advantage.
Some people didn't hear why we need to be aggressive. They would like him to speak it on the microphone.
Competition.
Competition. A big clap for the auditor. Because we need to establish our area of competitive advantage, and jealously preserve it and sustain it. Nobody should take it from us. If we are a leader in our market or area of operation this year, and the next year somebody takes that leadership, then we don't command competitive advantage. I understand at one time Makerere was number 3 among the research institutions, the leading research institutions on the African continent. Where do we stand now? I see the word research in MakBRC. The R there is research. Where does Makerere research stand on the continental rating on Africa? We were number 3, I know that at one time. There were only 2 universities. I think one was in Nigeria, the other one was in South Africa. You don't even know? And you are MakBRC? And you are in Makerere? We are? Number 8. So we have moved from number 3 to number 4, number 5, because you can't, I don't see a big leap from downwards. Otherwise we would have crashed. So it has been a steady decline. Can we afford that at MakBRC? We need to establish our competitive advantage and hold it. That is why it is there in bullet number 2. Build and sustain competitive advantage. What do we mean by competitive advantage? I've made our work easy. It is defined there. Can somebody read it for us? Just have a female voice, because when females read, no, this one who had the microphone, you read for us. Bullet number 2. Build and sustain competitive advantage. The small bullet there.
Successfully applying available skills and resources to create value, attain profitability on a sustainable basis, better than competitors.
Better than our we always put add value, my daughter. Better than our competitors. If you are a for-profit entity, then you are expected to attain profitability. But I'm told you're a non-profit organization. Therefore, you are challenged to create value. So which value have you created so far? Let me rephrase the question. Have you created value in the 3 years of your experience? That's an emphatic yes. The next question. Give us examples of the values, of the value that you have created. There was an emphatic yes from the front benchers. Yes?
We reduced the cost testing for
You can speak loudly.
We reduced the cost for testing COVID from almost 500,000 to 100,000 Ugandan shillings. Yes. And that was an achievement that
the cost for testing,
it was 500,000 per test.
We had to pay 500,000.
Yes, and you ended up paying 100,000 only for every Ugandan. That was great.
And it was this institution.
Yes.
I'm hearing it for the first time.
Secondly,
I'm hearing it for the first time. Why?
We are reducing the test of testing for DNA paternity.
First, answer the question. I am? I'm hearing we never draw our trumpets. It was in the newspaper.
Yes, but it was overshadowed by the big
It was
MakBRC works for Makerere University. So it was a newspaper. When they said Makerere University reduced the cost from 500 to 100, that achievement was as a result of MakBRC.
So it was attributed to Makerere University.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So when the son achieves, the father takes the credit. I get it. Please. Now that we have acknowledged that we don't have a strategy, and we need one. Have we all agreed we need a strategy? These are the answers we have to ask. Board members, you need to agree and have answers on this before you embark on a strategy. Number one, what precise improvement goals will differentiate MakBRC? When we talk about differentiation, we are talking about competitive. Because you are differentiating yourself from similar research entities, not EPRC, Economic Policy Research Center. No, the ones who are in the same field of play. Number one. Number two. Now, how do we as MakBRC emphasize the focus on high value activities? High value activities, what do we mean? Because in a strategy, you should focus on high value activities. That is why we talk about prioritization. I would be scandalized if I heard that you are doing malaria tests in your laboratories. Are you together? So the big question, what high value activities? I have one already. You keep that one for the next user. High value activities. Examples. Even without a strategy, you have been here 3 years. High value activities. So when we start a strategy, let's have an example of high value activities that we should be targeting. Louder, please. Don't talk to me, talk to those professors. I'm told there are professors watching us from their laptop screens and even in Washington.
Manufacturing diagnostic kits.
Manufacturing diagnostic kits.
Test kits.
Test kits.
Yes.
They don't exist anywhere.
There are no people manufacturing them in Uganda.
Okay.
We just import. And we want to manufacture them for.
Number two. I will take that. Are we accessing all business partner resources? Are we accessing all partner resources? Business partner does not mean those who are going to, who will appear on your memorandum and articles of association. People who work with you, people who support you are your business partners. MakBRC is a business entity, so are we accessing, or how do we access all business partner resources? What are we talking about? Professor, what are we talking about? What are the resources available, either existing or potential for MakBRC? Resource number one is what? Human resource. Take a sweet, please. But you have already finished the plate. My dear, this young lady. Are you accessing the human resources here optimally? I'm electronically charged. Are we together? Optimizing human resource. I think there is no staff here who has no access to a computer. Is there a member here who has no access to a computer? Hands up. So we all have access, and each one has got a workstation. Right, wrong? Do you have a software technology that monitors the activity of your staff on these computers? This one is scandalized. Do you know what these people do with the computers that MakBRC buys and puts them to do MakBRC work? They are busy Facebooking. They are busy looking for jobs elsewhere. Do you know that jobs can be searched on the website? Every big organization has got a portal for jobs. In many organizations, that's what the laptops that you buy for them do. Then you find that your turnover ratio that my brother there talked about is high. You have enabled that turnover ratio because you are not optimizing that resource. You gave them the facilities, you don't even monitor. Honorable Duman talked about monitoring. That is just an example I gave you because that is the resource that is quickly understandable here. What about the grant donors? There are grants out there. There are people who are willing to kill you with love, with money, the moment they hear about your noble mission. They have never heard about it. Same way as I said, I never heard that MakBRC did what? Reduce the cost of COVID tests. The moment they hear, they'll be knocking at your door. Tell us more. Where is your strategic plan? Then you present your business proposal. Number 3, are we combining? How do we combine internal skills in new ways? You have been here 3 years without a strategy. You need a strategy to find new ways of doing things, to do things better than you have been doing them. Of course, you are going to build on my elder, Leo. You are going to build on my colleague, Honorable Odman. You are going to build on me. You are going to build on the brains at the board. How many are professors at the board? How many professors on the board? Now this one, they are shying away. Nobody is going to take away your professorship. Those are brains. When I see the word professor, I have already read the list of board members. Those are brains. You put them together, we expect a combination of those brains to take the center to the next level. Are we maximizing service delivery? Which services do you provide? Which services do you deliver? I'm not asking board members, I'm asking everybody here. You have been in education 3 years and you cannot tell me which services, because you are not manufacturers, you are now aspiring to manufacture. So you are in the service sector. Clinic and laboratory services. I ask whether you can test me for malaria. You do test for malaria. But so, malaria is malaria. There's no ordinary level and there's no advanced, there's no university level for malaria. Louder. By the way, please, can you keep the microphone in this group so that they can pass it among themselves?
I hope you have heard about resistance patterns. So when you look at malaria, we look at the patterns, the resistance.
Yes.
Why is malaria resistant to coatem, to whatever? So we are not looking at testing for whether you have. We don't test whether you have malaria positive plus, but we look at malaria and we plan for you in the future how we can develop a new drug that is not resistant to your body.
Now, while you do that, do you minimize the costs? The way you minimize the cost of tests?
Yes, please.
How?
By doing so, if we don't bring a new drug on the market, a new therapy for malaria, you'll be treated and you gain nothing. Either you die or survive narrow. and we lose you. Once we lose you, we are losing the cost invested in you. So a new drug will help you to live and develop the economy. So we are saving.
I thought you were going to say the new drug will make me resistant. Okay. Yes, can you pass? Who can pass? That's your answer. After him.
I thought if we found a solution that tests malaria without extracting blood, that would be good also now, so that you can either use your phone to see whether you have malaria or not, and we become magicians.
My grandmother tested malaria by just putting this soft skin part of her hand on my head. You have fever. She never told me it was a fever. That was a fever, not malaria. Malaria is not a fever.
Malaria, they are looking at the parasites, but not the signs and symptoms.
Okay. Professor.
I wanted to give an example of saving money and time.
Yes.
Here in MakBRC, we have managed to reduce the turnaround time for testing for TB from days to hours. And there we save time and money and life. We have also managed to do things like reducing the turnaround time for COVID tests.
Yes.
The MD here should have been speaking.
Now, before I ask you to clap for yourself, I'm going to ask a question. Do this thing constitute the intellectual property of MakBRC? Have you ever heard of the word intellectual property? You are talking about things that are new, innovative, and I asked about value. Huh?
There should be the press as well.
Well, if you put it in the press, then other people are going to, the Chinese are going to spy on you. The Chinese have already heard that it is possible. They quickly do the research, and you find they have patented it, and yet it originated from you. There are many patents out there in agriculture that originated in Kawanda. There are many patents out there that originated from Namulonge, and these are research institutions in Uganda. Can we afford to have that here? So, generate value, and it should be, now that's why you need a strategy. Intellectual property. Thank you very much, Professor. A big clap for Professor. So, why do we need the practice? What is it going to do for us? The strategy should define your long-range goals. The goals that will enhance your mission and vision. Do you have a mission? You have a mission? Please turn these things back. Help me, quickly. There are quick readers here. At St. Mary's we are told to, we are trained in quick reading. When I read the newspaper, my eyes don't read like this, as many of you do. My eyes read from top to down, and I read the entire page. And at the end, I can write you a paragraph.
That was taught in
Mwiri was not a college. That was taught where? That was taught where? Now you see. Turn. You have a mission and a vision. Now, what is the mission of MakBRC? They still can read. What is the mission? Somebody tell us the mission. Don't turn the pages. Don't look for it on your gadget. Tell it us from your off the cuff, to use college language. Off the cuff, from your brain without referencing it. People are exchanging notes already. You see? If you cannot express the mission of the organization, then you don't have one. It's only good on paper. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Silence doesn't mean consent. What is the mission, the vision of the entity? Mr. Kibirango told you that board meetings should be orderly. Not everybody speaks at the same time. Let's practice what we learned. What is the vision of MakBRC? Hands up.
To be the global leader in the development.
You are reading from your gadget.
But I have it here.
I want it from your head.
From your head.
You see? Now that is the problem. This is not unique at MakBRC. Everywhere. With the exception of a few. And these are called the driving philosophy. Statements of driving philosophy that drive the philosophy that drives Mark. Mission, values, and vision. They should be on the fingertips of all board members to start with. You know, there's a common English expression that the fish rots from the head. Now, those of you who didn't go to St. Mary's, these days St. Mary's College here. I might be the endangered species here. There's one there. For us in St. Mary's, they taught us that the snake molts from the head. The snake does what? Molt. Do you know what it means to molt? M-O-L-T. You have never even heard of that word. Yes. So, the fish goes bad, starting with the head. The fish which is good food we like to consume. Good things go bad, starting with the snake. Who likes the snakes here? The bad thing improves its life, starting with the head. So, mission and vision should be in our heads. Please, take it from me. From today, you are not going to embark on a strategy when you have not internalized the mission, values, and vision, because that is the quintessence, to use professorship language. The quintessence of this organization are those values, the mission statement and the vision. Okay? Then we talked about resource allocation on the strategy, operational tactics, the staff and management. Staff and management, their job is operational tactics. Board is strategic vision and oversight. For them, it's day-to-day. They are finding day-to-day solutions to the strategic intentions that you have established. So they are the implementers of your strategy. Are we together? So strategy will consolidate your board decisions, because at every board meeting we are going to see, you are required to have strategy dominate the agenda. It focuses management on the programs and the projects of the organization. That is what strategy does. Do you have programs at MakBRC? Do you have programs? Yes. No, I can't believe you have programs. When everybody, do we need an energizer? Chair, where is the chairperson? Chairperson. Where is the chairperson of MakBRC?
The energizer is...
No, the chairperson. MakBRC. We need, with your permission, we need a 3-minute energizer. Because We had lunch. Now the biology, if you study the biology, you are the scientists. Nature sends the blood to the alimentary canal, and the brain, there is less for the brain after a meal. Then when the brain does not have enough blood supply, what happens? You are the scientist. Me, I studied the arts. So we need an energizer. Can we have with your permission, Chairperson, let's have a 3-minute energizer to keep awake. Because otherwise, even the simplest of questions are not getting answers. It means we have a problem here.
There is tea outside. Can you pick our tea?
Now, who is the leading animator at BRC? Oh, self-appointed. You come here on the stage for everybody.
We have a 3-minute health break, but also to let you know, there is tea outside, unlimited. Tea and coffee, unlimited. You can as well go and...
No. Chair, I would like to beg that we don't all go for tea to line up. Let's go one at a time. You get your tea, come back, another one goes, so that we have a working tea.
Yes. Thank you.
Energize us, 3 minutes.
Let's stand up, all of us. I think I don't need this when I'm doing this. Let's put our hands up.
Up.
Put our legs apart.
Apart.
Then together. Apart. Together. Let's put down. Our hands up again. Our hands down. Hands up again. Change your body. Change to the left. Change to the right. Change to the left. Let's put our heads up. And back to normal. Let's say, wow! 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 Let's jump!
How many times?
No, jump as much as you can.
Hey.
That's enough. Thank you very much.
Oh, a big clap.
Maybe he must have gone to a college.
So let's not all go for tea. Let's be organized, eh? Let's go for tea in an organized way. Ladies and gentlemen, yes? Okay. There's a proposal on the table that we have a 2 minutes health break. That means we can also now go for the tea. We can go for the tea and come back in 3 minutes. But some people are taking their files, folding their files and going with them, indicating they are not coming back. Oh, they are confidential files, they cannot live in their place. Are we together? Are we following this? The essence of strategy for this organization. Okay?
Those who are taking files were in schools, not colleges. Yes.
So, my son. Can you? And we said I could talk until the vice president.
Can't wait for the vice chancellor.
Okay. By 6. By 6. Yeah. Can you move the next one? Kibaja karaba bakalina mu bitabo byabwe. Go back. Chisubi.
Where is it located? I'm hearing about
What? Yes. This gentleman has never even been on a plane.
We know only 2 schools.
Hey.
Mwiri and other schools.
You have said Mwiri, which does not make it a school. It is Mwiri. The moment you say Mwiri, Not even Mwiri College. You say Mwiri. Tell us whether it is a school or a college. So why did you just say Mwiri? Because Mwiri is also a village.
No, there's
what is there?
There's only one school. There's only the school.
What is Mwiri associated with? Why Mwiri? Is it a Lusoga word?
Yes, it's a Lusoga word.
Hi, okay. There you are. So it's not a college, it is something high. Nyakasura. Face to face with someone. Sometimes even that, just doing that. But mine switches off without even touching the bottle. Can you have a chief whip? Joshua, can you whip them to come? Not with the stick, with the mouth.
Can you get a stick?
Okay? Yeah, you should call them a chief whip.
Welcome back from the health break. Welcome back from the health break. Let us settle in and continue with our session. It was a much needed health break.
Those who want to learn are back. Okay, I think we shall continue with those who have demonstrated willingness to go on. So now that we have understood the essence, the benefits, the justification, we need to understand the process. Now the process is simplified in 6 stages. Now these 6 stages, I'm borrowing them from Harvard University and bring them for your benefit. And they are not rocket science. Neither are they complex scientific research. They're just simple things that we meet every day. Now, it is a 6-stage strategy management system that links planning and execution For us, we call it execution, but most people talk about implementation. Now, when you are beginning on stage 1, you develop the strategy. And the board, so I would highlight the areas where the board has a key role to play, because the responsibility for providing strategic direction resides with the board. The responsibility for overseeing the implementation resides with the board. So we begin by the stage called the development of the strategy, or strategy development. Now this is, when we start here, this is where the board now has to validate the mission, vision, and values for relevance. You can boast of these mission, values, and vision, but when you put them to a test, I normally run a test when we are beginning this exercise, and people have been insisting on their mission, values, and vision. When they assess the result of the exercise they have made, you find that the perception of the relevant mission, values, and vision for the organization is different from the one, can you bring us back again? From the one that was conceived by the minds that set up this organization. At that time, these were the mission, vision, and values. But 3 years downstream, you might find that the changing environment has rendered these obsolete, or components of them. So you need to validate mission, vision, and values of the organization. And the board is the primary owner of this responsibility. You cannot delegate it. Okay? Once you have the mission, then you do the strategic analysis. That one you can delegate to management. Strategic analysis is when they come up with the SWOTs, they come up with the pastels, whatever, all those models. They justify for you the model that is relevant. I hope you understand what I mean by SWOT, pastel, and all that, the others. There are so many. But you are not operating in a highly competitive environment like the businesses downstream. So I will not insist very much on industrial competition analysis. When I'm doing it for a profit-making body, I insist that they have an industrial competition analysis. Okay? Then you come up with a strategic issues. You raise the strategic issues. The issues emanating from the analysis of the external and the internal environments of the organization. So those are the issues that the organization has got to address. Those are the strategic issues. Once you have those, you move them to stage number 2. You have got the ammunition you need to plan now your strategy. That is where you have got what we call a strategy map. Now, modern strategic planning has come up with a tool they call the strategy map. All of you studied geography. Did you? Which is the most common tool used in geography? It is a compass. It is a map. A map. A common tool that everybody uses. And we used to have them pinned on the walls in the classroom. A map of Uganda, the world map, map of this. Google Map. It enables you to, you can even make a tour of the world. I'm one of those lucky people who have visited most of the continents of this world, except Australia. I've been to all the others. But even before I boarded the first plane, I knew the entire world on the map. So strategy can be illustrated on a one page. What you have contained in those many pages can be expressed on a one page. We call it strategy map. And that is a very effective tool for implementation. both for the board and for management. And then you should have what we call performance measures. You people in your academic environment call them performance indicators. For us, we have moved away from the terminology indicator. We focus on measurability. Simply put, it means all your indicators should be measurable. What gets measured gets done. If you can't measure it, you can't. Once you have finished stage 2, you have got your strategy and the board is ready. At this point, the board can approve the strategy. What is remaining is that now the entire organization has to be aligned with the strategy. Because the strategy map looks at the strategy in broad terms. But then you have got the underlying components, like the action plans, like the programs, like the specific activities. You have the responsibility owners for implementing. You have got the time schedules. We have talked about performance indicators. And then you also can develop the milestones so that you see your strategy in motion. Are we together? Once you have done that, you want the entire organization, the entire MakBRC to associate, to align itself so that every department can now, reading the broad strategy the board has approved, can also now cascade. We say cascade. We bring the strategy down to departmental level, and every department now identifies what they are going to, their contribution to the successful implementation of that strategy. And it is put there in black and white so that every department have got the strategy expressed in their departmental context. Are we together? Yes. After that, we plan for operations. Now, because strategy on paper, plans are nothing, planning is everything. And somebody there said, it's the activities. Yes. Now, strategy, we plan for the activities. We plan for resources, okay? Then we do the budgets. And after that, our strategy, after stage 4, is ready for execution. I'm trying to simplify this. Our strategy is ready for execution, so that if it's ready for the execution, the board has given the green light, the marching orders. Stage number 5 is monitoring and learning. Where are we going to monitor and learn on this strategy? Your strategy, you will have to devise 2 types of meetings. At management, first of all, at board and management level. You are going to start to distinctly hold what we call operational review meetings. These are the most common meetings to any other organization. The meetings that you hold, either on a weekly basis or a quarterly board meetings, in many cases they are operational review meetings. But now we have the notion of strategy review meetings. A meeting of the board convened expressly to consider strategy execution. We need to have the numbers. That is when now the board starts to ask you questions, the financial numbers and the non-financial numbers. Strategy implementation goes beyond the budget, because the framers of this system, they said strategy fails at execution because most boards focus on financial indicators of performance, and yet financial performance is driven by non-financial performance. So the focus should begin with non-financial performance that ultimately leads us to budget performance. So you cannot now boast of 100% budget performance without seeing, without examining and understanding the drivers of that performance. Excuse me. So what are the numbers that drove us to 100% budget efficiency, execution efficiency? We need those numbers. And when those numbers don't come, because the performance measures are established and endorsed or approved by the board, so that at every quarterly meeting, the board is asking management, what are the numbers? Why are the numbers not? Why are the numbers not adding up? So strategy enables you to be a more effective board for the organization, because it brings to you the numbers that never were. So one of my most preferred quotation was from a British author called Somerset Maugham. Yes, sir. And he said, mark these words because they are very important. Some people see things as they are and ask why. I see things that never were and ask why not. So if the numbers don't add up, the question to ask is not why. Why are they not adding up? Because if you ask why, they'll tell you all kinds of lies. Together? Yes. Management has a way of finding ways. Ask them why not. Why not is a more difficult question to answer than why. Are we together? So that process is a monitoring and learning process for everybody. And lastly, you hold a session, and most organizations hold number 6 during a retreat. They use a retreat to test and adapt the strategy. At that testing and adapting retreat, that at the end of the year, that is when you now roll over the strategy another 5 years, another 3 years, so that every end year, your strategy is projected another planning cycle. Are we together? So we have moved away from the mid-term strategy review. You can conduct mid-term project review. We have no quarrel with that. But for strategy, it should be reviewed every year and rolled over another 5 years, 3 years, depending on the horizon of your agreed horizon of your strategy.
So the review means you can change your strategy after a year.
Where's the micro? The review means that based on the data that you have generated during the implementation of the operating plan, the business plan, which reflects this longer term strategy, you are able to pick numbers that added up, numbers that didn't add up. I'm trying to put it very simple, okay? You are able to pick new dimensions that cropped up that you never envisaged when you were initially planning, but now they're impacting on the performance, on the execution of the strategy. You cannot do away with them. That's why we eliminated the 3 year. You cannot wait for 3 years to review, because your strategy will be overtaken by events. By the time you review the 3rd year, there's no room anymore for correction. Your strategy has been overtaken by events. But every year, you keep it on course. Are we together? Every year, you keep your strategy on course. You reorient it. Okay? So in this process, the board has core leadership roles. And this is why we are here. For board and management to understand the distinct role. The board provides strategic plan development and execution. We call that strategic direction. That is stage number 1 on the other figure. I'm sure you will have it in your... Then you provide strategic surveillance oversight. That is what we meant by strategic oversight. Number 1, you start by hiring a competent CEO. Who is the CEO for MakBRC? I'm not going to ask you whether you're competent or not. And I'm not going to have you fired. There's no need to tremble.
I'm getting more competent.
But what I'm going to ask the board to do is to establish whether you are, once they have agreed on the strategy, to establish whether you are the competent CEO. That doesn't mean that they are going to fire you. They are going to use what we call a competences matrix. They agree on the competency areas that they need to see in a CEO. And then they evaluate you against that. Now, the areas where you fall short, we are not saying they fire you, because you are not going to fall short 100%. That much I can attest. But then they are duty bound to find the resources to help you to build up competencies in those areas. So when we say you hire the appropriate top management, if you already have one, don't fire him. Build him up, build her up, until you establish that that person is not the competent person. After all the efforts done, then the axe can do its work. You hear CEO? It's not me, it's the board. Okay? You provide strategic surveillance by discussing strategy at each board meeting. The strategy is there. Board members have understood it. Have they? Will board members have understood the strategy? Yes, dear.
We have 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Make it 30. Now, I'm told we have 10 minutes. Now, discussing strategy at every board meeting means that first and foremost, you had the strategy not done by an expert like me. Because I'm talking to you and you think that I'm a strategy guru somewhere, does not make me the person you should hire to do a strategy for MakBRC. I may be the competent person to facilitate the development of the strategy. The strategy should be developed internally, using the internal components of the organization. Nobody understands MakBRC better than the people within the organization, and it is their strategy. So we need a strategy that is owned by the components in the organization. Okay? You need to understand the competitive landscape. My son, time is catching up. Be alert with me. Now, strategy execution challenge. Are we together now? Yes. Strategy is important. You need a strategy, but you cannot have one done by a third party, an external party. That person is going to be a facilitator. Not even for the drafting. I say organization, they say, Mr. Matovu, now we have finished the strategy, go and draft. I said, no, let's have a drafting committee. Let's have a drafting team. Are we together? Yes. I would not like your strategy to end up under your, do you have working desks? Do they have shelves? Do you still have filing cabinets in your offices? The professors are asking you. You still have filing cabinets. Now we are moving towards a paperless office, which means strategy should be in your mind and also on the gadgets, not in the filing cabinet. Because the moment it goes to the filing cabinet or in your shelves, it begins to gather dust. Are you together? So let's look at the challenges. Board composition can be a challenge. Ineffective strategic planning process. A strategic planning process that does not reflect the 60-stage management system is likely to run into problems. Lack of alignment. The strategy has not been drilled down to the entire organization. It is wonderful to read because it is written in good PhD research language. Wonderful to read, but zero on the ground. Ambiguous organizational structure. I have got the detailed explanation. Let's move down. Each one of those. Composition. I have talked about every member understanding the organization, competitive positioning. Okay. What if you don't have the technology fluency? Technology fluency, what do I mean? I'm not saying that you people cannot operate those gadgets. But you cannot interpret the data coming, the data emanating from various sections, because these days we don't pick pen and paper and calculate anymore. We have got technology, software that does it for you. Have you ever heard of a tool called the balance scorecard? How many have heard of a balance scorecard? Nobody? Are you sure? No, I'm sure some people here have heard about balance scorecard. Now, I'm recommending that when you do a strategy, you consider allocating resources to a balance scorecard, because the balance scorecard is a software system that enables you even to plan your strategy, to communicate your strategy, and to manage performance. The figures come to you almost automatically. They emanate from the relevant sources, and the system is designed to make strategy implementation easy by availing the data. But then if you are not technology savvy and are not able to use that technology, it becomes difficult to boast of successful implementation. Lack of understanding that the strategic planning has shifted away from a 5-year approach to a year in, year out. We have talked about that. Okay? Move on. Alignment. Alignment is very important, because once you have a disconnect within the department, within the people that are going to implement your department, your strategy, they are not aligned to the strategy. They don't understand it. They have not had a say. Even if they have not had a say in the sense that they are new employees and they have found a strategy, we expect them to be required to read and understand the strategy. So every departmental head is duty bound to ensure that everybody under their responsibility ambit understands and have roles to play in executing the strategy. Strategic leadership. The best platform where the board demonstrates strategic leadership is at the board meeting. Remember, we said earlier, at every board meeting, strategy should dominate debate. What did we mean? There are 5 objectives of any board meeting. You agree on a corporate strategy and assess its effectiveness. You agree when you endorse it, when you approve it. Are we together? A strategy should never remain in the draft form. Even the other proposal you people sent me and called a strategy. You called it a draft strategy. How can you be, by the way, this is a mortal sin. I come from a Catholic environment, and we have 3 types of sins. We are told that every human being, bin Adam, or we all originated from Adam. We are born with a sin that we ourselves have not committed. And they don't tell us which sin that one is. They leave it for us to imagine what Adam and Eve did that now we are born with. Now they say that one can be cleansed. There is venial sin. Small sins that God can overlook. If you call me a fool, God will not send you to hell for that. But there are sins. If you commit any sin against the 10 commandments, it is called a mortal sin. It sends you straight to hell. You must do a lot to have yourself cleansed of that mortal sin. Okay? So, it is a mortal sin. It's a mortal sin for the body to approve a strategy that it has not understood or read. Number 1. It is a mortal sin for the board not to monitor strategy at its board meeting. So avoid those mortal sins. They will not send you to hell, but they will send the organization to hell. There is a hell also for organizations. Are we together? Please don't say MakBRC to hell, board members. Okay? So, you monitor financial performance. Oduman dwelt on that. Make sure procedural compliances, because if you don't comply, if there are non-compliance, the accounting principles are not followed. You are in the science. I think you have got standards. What do you call those standards of research? They are not research soaps. What are they? Protocols. So if those protocols are not observed, your strategy is meaningless. Okay? Move on. You must understand the key drivers of your organization. To be able to agree on a strategy and assess its usefulness, understand the key drivers of MakBRC. So what are the drivers of MakBRC? I gave examples. A manufacturing business might have a key driver as product innovation. If their key business is 2 minutes. Okay. So what is the main driver of Mac? I've been given 2 minutes and I need a quick answer.
That's promoting.
What are the key drivers of MakBRC? Where is the second one?
Yeah, we would definitely want to promote basic sciences in the various areas, as we said, research, training, service delivery. Those are our key drivers.
I've already emphasized the SWOT, but do you understand the changes occurring in the industry domain of MakBRC? Industry domain, I'm talking about the domain of research. Do you understand the changes? Dynamics, the technologies. Do you understand them?
Do our best.
You do your best. Have you put in place a system that makes sure that everybody is abreast of these developments, all the way from the board members to in most organizations, it's the people on the other side rather than the board members. Move on. We have talked about aligning the organization with the strategy. Move on. Financial performance against the budget. Oduman dealt on that one. What else? We are now coming to close. The changed board strategic roles. Your agenda has 3 components: status updates, strategy, items, and administration. Status updates, minutes, communication from the chair, matters arising. You have all these things on your You have them. Do those take the organization forward? Do they? They are just updates. Then strategy is when you have items where you discuss the programs, where you discuss the projects, where you discuss the operations, the reports from management, the reports from the board committees. And the administration is when you are talking about procurement. What is the other one? Recruitment. My friends, when the last one is on the agenda, the board meetings are fully attended. Because we want to influence the awarding of the contract, we want to influence the employment of the people in those positions, the boards are attended. When the board agenda is dominated by strategy items, then people either excuse themselves or they don't even bother. Please, make sure you attend board meetings. But now, move on. We are going to conclude. I'm going to challenge you board members to choose between being a backward-looking board and a forward-looking board. Now you see those three elements: status updates, strategy, and administration. That is the percentage of time spent at the board meeting. You compare your board meeting against this data. How much time do you spend on status updates? Communication from the chair. The chair can consume 80% of the board meeting communicating to board members, leaving only 20% to cover all the other items of the agenda. But to be a forward-looking board, you reverse. 10% should be on status updates. Don't start turning pages of the minutes of the last meeting. Now, if I had done the meeting presentation, I would have told you how you do the minutes. Minutes should be approved in the minds of the board members before they come. They are given the draft, they are given the final. They come to approve them. If you have any input to the minutes, put that input when you receive the draft minutes. By the way, where is the secretary to the board? Corporate, Mr. Chibirang, did you tell them that the minutes should be supplied, the draft minutes should be distributed to all board members within 7 days after the board meeting, the draft minutes? Then the members are given a week or two to respond to the draft for improvement. And don't insist having your names included there. Minutes are not about names. They're minutes of the board meeting. Not member so, member so. Okay? But that will be a story for another day. You can always invite me. I'll talk about effective board meetings. Okay? So strategy should dominate. The agenda items on the programs, on the reports, on implementation should dominate. Okay? Don't turn the pages of the minutes. Even matters arising. Matters arising does not mean that you bring anything XYZ to the board meeting because it is not on the agenda. It is not matters arising outside the agenda. It is matters arising from the decisions taken at the last board meeting. So it should not take a lot of time. So please reverse the nature. I leave it to you to assess the character of your board meeting. How much time do you spend on updates? How much on strategy? Move on. Strategy execution is because of 5 barriers: the vision barrier, people barrier, management barrier. 5% of the workforce understand this strategy. It means they did not have an input. It means they were not even involved in its alignment. People barrier, 25 of managers have incentives linked to a strategy. I've finished my time. Okay, now you have this presentation on your, I'm not going to go into this one, but There's one slide left. Give me an extra minute. They have democratic allowed. Thank you. My heart is clapping in appreciation. Now, the management barrier is that the people behind the board members, look at the sins they commit. The executive teams spend less than 1 hour per month discussing the strategy, and yet they are the leaders of the implementation teams because they are departmental heads. So the big question is, what do they discuss? What do they discuss at the management meeting? CEO, do you have a management meeting? A meeting of the senior department heads? Yes?
Yes, in the affirmative.
What do you discuss? If you spend less than 1 hour per month discussing strategy,
that would need a self-assessment.
Yes. 60% of organizations don't link budgets to strategy. You are going to have your strategic plan, then every year the financial manager sits down and calculates the numbers and gives it to you, and you approve. You don't even challenge whether it reflects the strategy. So budget implementation speaks a different language from strategy. Louder, sir? There is no mechanism of execution to achieve success, implementation success. Move on. Aha. I picked this one to inspire you. Board members, because we said a fish rots from the head. A fish rots from the head. Your strategy is not going to be implemented successfully. You are not going to enjoy strategy implementation success unless the board is on its guard. And I picked this from Professor Robert Strobaff. Unfortunately, he's the late professor. He was a professor on strategy, and he led the commission for the National Association for Corporate Directors in America. But in that book, the role of the board in corporate strategy, he made this statement. Can you have a female reader? Who is a good female reader?
They have appointed you now.
I don't know. Don't ask me why they have appointed you. Can you read for us? We are not hearing. I thought the useful voice would be louder than mine.
Make sure it's implemented.
It's implemented what? What is implemented? The strategy. Make sure the strategy is implemented.
Make sure you monitor it and keep it on the board agenda so that at every board meeting you look at the strategic results compared to the benchmarks that you've already agreed to.
Yes. At every board meeting, look at the strategic results. Look at the numbers. Don't allow a management report which is giving you qualitative performance results. Okay? There should be quantitative, measurable. And then you compare the results that they report to the benchmarks that you have set, because in the strategy you will have set performance measures and the targets for every year over the lifespan of your strategy. Every year you set performance indicators, as you call them, and at the board meeting they are the ones which form the basis for you to challenge management. We set this number, we are in the second quarter, and the numbers are not adding up. We have not even achieved half. So where is the problem? Why not? Thank you very much. Get a sweet. The sweets are finished. The sweets are finished. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we come to the end of this.
A sweet for Mr. Matov.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Next time I'll come with chocolates for the right answers.
Hey. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Matovu, the man who went to the college. Yes, thank you so much for the great presentation and for the words of knowledge that you've given us today. Thank you so much. We are almost coming to the close. We have 2 items left on our agenda. One is a group photograph. He's going to coordinate that for us. And after that, we are going to listen from none other than our Deputy Vice Chancellor to give us also some words of wisdom, and then we shall finally close. Let's hang in there. We're soon ending this. Thank you so much. So, where do we do it? We are doing it here, so let's all come and arrange ourselves here. Others down, others up. Let's do it real quick. Yes, it's part of the health break. Agenda kwogera nze bampadde instruction sinze nakoze program. Thank you so much.
naye mwazitaddeko topic Council, mba temuna presenting certificate okubeera valid era kubeerako place.
Okay, we're almost coming to the close. Let's take our seats and listen in to our last presentation. And for this last presentation, we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor with us, Associate Professor Umar Kakumba. You're very welcome. So, the gentleman we have, the professor we have, in the absence of the Vice Chancellor, he is. So as we are here, whom do we have? The Vice Chancellor. We are ready to listen in to your words of wisdom as you take us through leadership skills that drive day-to-day operations to achieve the Makerere University Strategic Plan and the NDP 3 priorities. Professor Kakumba, you're welcome. Yes.
So where do you want me? Here, there?
Anywhere you're comfortable. Yes.
Okay, many thanks to you, moderator. Colleagues, a very good evening to you. I want to take the opportunity to appreciate this moment. This evening, I see senior colleagues here, Professor Sewankambo, Professor Jorova, and many of you. It's exciting. My apologies, first and foremost. I should have been with you earlier than I came in, but because, competing programs today, there was an emergency council. So the day has been punctuated with quite a number of things, but I still indicated that I had to come. I didn't know that by this time you people will still have the momentum to listen in, but I will not bore you with a lot of things. I have listened to Dr. Matov here, and also I didn't listen to Governor Chivirango, but I know the team. They are some of the excellent facilitators that you can have when you are talking about this kind of business and the agenda that you set. I must make a disclaimer. Given the time, I am not going to take a lot of time. I want to use about 10-15 minutes. The slides are definitely more than that. But again, the disclaimer I'm making, the slides I made here, I quickly juggled through. When you have too much, then you try to. But I was requested to share with you a few scattered thoughts and insights about strategic leadership and the skills for university operations. I tried to put it into the context, because issues of strategy, I'm sure Dr. Matov and other colleagues have talked about it, but I want to bring it closer to Makerere University, where Makerere University Biomedical Research Center is a constituent entity. Yes. Okay. Which one moves on? Next. Previous. Okay. Yeah, so I want to bring it to the context of MakBRC and Makerere University, but also link you to the overarching strategic direction of the university. Some of them are not here, but I will say, let's begin with the vision of Makerere University. What is Makerere's vision? Makerere University's vision is to be a thoughtful leader in knowledge generation for society transformation and development. That is where we begin. The institution has earmarked its 10-year strategic plan, which we broke down into 5 2020-2030. The first bit is 2020-2025. We aspire to be a thoughtful leader, okay, in knowledge generation for societal transformation and development. You can underline those salient words, okay? Knowledge generation, that's where MakBRC comes in. Your entry point is at generation of knowledge. Generation of knowledge is largely through research. You are a biomedical research center. Okay? Generation of knowledge, for what reason? For transforming our society towards development. Meaning that whatever you have been involved in the whole day today, and many years ago when you crafted the proposal to establish a center of excellence, is trying to link and foster the university's strategy. So I want to assure you, at the first point I want to make is that you are back within the wagon of Makerere University. Now, how is Makerere University linked to Uganda's National Development Plan? Again, I want to make that as a first link so that when we go through these things, it becomes easier. Now, our NDP3 earmarks many pillars, but one of the critical pillars is human capital development. The knowledge economy. The NDP emphasizes a knowledge economy, that if you are going to transform Uganda, we must optimize the knowledge economy. And knowledge economy through human capital development. As a university, as an institution of learning, that is where we penetrate through the NDP. In simple terms, I will not talk about the other aspects that may not concern us. Although we are linked to many of them, but our entry into the National Development Plan is through human capital development and fostering a knowledge economy that can transform our society. So I thought I needed to make those as brief. It's not moving. So where do I? Your cells are not. Don't worry, although the presentation will remain, but I'll just cut us through. Okay. Yeah, so my intention is basically to first appreciate again, I'll not bore you with the foundations of leadership, but I'll just make some salient point about leadership. Leadership is important today, and leadership is the foundation of success in many enterprises and organizations. And the modern organization existence heavily thrives on the efficiency and effectiveness of leadership. Okay. Leadership provides many things. The leader, who is the person or somebody in charge, but it also presupposes that behind leadership you have the led or the followers. And the whole idea about leadership is about influence. Okay? It's about influencing the followers or a group towards the direction, okay, or the strategy of an organization and goal achievement. Yes, the presentation outline had 4 areas. I don't know. Okay. That's okay. This can work now. It can work now. Yeah, somebody put in a few other. Okay. So I want to look at university leadership. What are the foundations, the changing context of university and expectations within our strategy, strategic university leadership, the roles, the issues for consideration and experiences and the challenges. Because having understood, appreciated about the the board, the governance, the role of the board in terms of strategy, in terms of oversight, in terms of policy. Then we come down to the leadership. So I thought those would be very, very important, and in the last end would highlight about the tools and coping mechanisms, because we have many challenges. And in the university leadership, there are different expectations that are linked to human capital development. The point I'm making in that slide is that, like human beings, like you and I, organizations are born. Organizations have goals. Just like human beings, we are born, we are expected to grow. Organizations are just like systems, functional systems. Okay, MakBRC is an organization, but it's like a human person. It was born, it is expected to be fed and nourished. If you don't feed that organization, it can get stunted. MakBRC can get sick, just like human beings if you don't feed them well, but it can also die. We have seen organizations birthed, stay for some time, they get stunted if they are not done well. They also need health care, but they can also die. We have many organizations we have seen, but today when you look at them, you realize they are nowhere. We used to have a very good TV station in this country called the WBS. A few years ago, WBS. But today you look for it. And there are many other examples. So it is possible, organizations, but they thrive on systems. And one of the systems that really make organizations survive and stay is leadership. Okay? So, organizations, we are talking about a complex system that has interrelated processes that are designed to serve the broad array of stakeholders. MakBRC is a complex system, I should say, that has interrelated processes. You have procurement, you have the technical team dealing with the laboratory staff, you have those that write projects, grants, you have the financial team. So you have those integrated and interrelated processes. So here I'm trying to describe you, but also describe the university. So the most important, the beginning thing, the entry point always to organizational analysis, before you even talk about the importance of leadership, is to first map out the stakeholders. Okay, who are the stakeholders? In a university system, we have definitely the students, the clientele. You may not come in directly, but eventually what you do, the student, you take the student to be the broader client. Those who are going to benefit from your research products or research outputs. Okay. An academic institution like a university like Makerere, you definitely have those academic programs. But then you also have research programs and research projects. But who are the stakeholders? You have the students, you have the academic, administrative, support staff. And again, you have the researchers, where there is academic staff, many of you are academic staff, but you are also researchers. You are critical stakeholders or the internal stakeholders. There are other stakeholders, government, very, very central, because it's regulatory, it provides the regulation. You cannot survive as an organization if you don't first do a mapping of your stakeholders, because we exist to serve the broader stakeholder interest. Okay, the state, its policies alone, PPDA catches up with you, isn't it, in procurements, and it can constrain your work activities. Public finance, the law, PFMA, is the other one that can again constrain you. That is governmental policy. It's a pay-as-you-earn, withholding tax, it's all of that kind of thing. The industry organizations, they consume the university products and services. And again, you have many contracts you have signed with the industry and the private sector. Critical stakeholders, development partners, those that are giving us funding. They are very, very important. So we should always see ourselves, if you are to provide leadership, first identify who are our stakeholders. This is basically simply trying to give us a stakeholder mapping. You have development partners, collaborative agencies, those that give you capacity. You have the public, the community that have legitimate ownership of our university, because our university is a public institution. And so is MakBRC, because you're a public institution. Do you know that if somebody stole money, God forbid, from MakBRC, is tried by the state and the anti-corruption court? You have ever wondered about that? Even if somebody stole from a private company, the state takes over because there is a public interest. And public, the definition of public is not necessarily government. Public interest is overarching, is broader. Even if you started your kiosk or a small health center too, or a small clinic, it becomes you are serving the public interest. That is why before you know it, the inspectors have come. Do you have a license? But it is your land, it is your money, you set it there. Others will come, do you have a license to operate? The quality people will come. The National Drug Authority, if you have any medicines there, will come. You get what I mean? So, the public or community have a legitimate ownership of our institutions. Governance, then you gain councils because you are established within the framework of the University Council that set up the policy on university centers, institutes, and so on. So that's a very, very important slide. So in leadership, one of the critical areas is stakeholder mapping. Academic leadership, I will not bore you with that definition, but some people have tried to define leadership. The need for academic or research leadership is both for survival and the success of our institutions. Leadership, like I said, I made a statement to say that leadership, the survival of our institutions thrives on leadership, okay, which is important. And leadership relates to the manner in which we utilize power and resources to influence group behavior towards the achievement of goals. Okay. Now, the key word there is power. Leadership is power, isn't it? Leadership is power, because when you are in a position of leadership, and leadership, don't just look at Professor Wembo, Professor Jolova, Professor Sewanka. There are different levels of leadership, because the whole art of leadership is influencing human behavior towards achieving a goal. The moment you are in charge of influencing behavior to achieve a goal, then you are a leader. Simply that. You don't have to be at the top. You don't have to be a vice chancellor or DVC so leadership can be at different levels. Team leadership, unit, you are 3 people in a group, a research unit or whatever. One takes leadership to influence the others, okay, in a direction to achieve goals. So this is what is simple. So power is one salient point to achieve there. The other one is resources. So to thrive as a leader, you need power, you need resources. Leadership itself exercises power. And the power, you simplify it. Power is derived from about 5 bases or breeding grounds of power. If you want to succeed as a leader, you need the 5 bases of power. I'll quickly talk about them. One, there is what is called the legitimate power, legitimacy. You have been appointed or you have been elected in that position. That is how power is derived, through legitimacy. And legitimacy is the legal means, regardless of my age or whatever. Many of you are my seniors. It came a day when I went through a process and appointed a deputy vice chancellor. Now that already, you have the instrument signed with a seal. Now that is legitimate power. Means you can say that today examinations are going on, we are postponing them tomorrow. You see, that's now a decision that is taken. We took a decision to say that today the 8th, okay, the night for census, tomorrow 9th, we are suspending exams. On the 9th, government also later on declared it public holiday. On the 10th, we also suspended. We said, now in 11th, we resume. I didn't have to consult anybody. We just maybe a few minutes and agreed. And they said that no, because government has a program, and then this is a national exercise, let us go. So leadership is legitimacy. One is legitimacy, that's how power is derived. Once you have an instrument of appointment or election, that is power. That is one. Two, expertise. Knowledge is power. Once you have the expertise, you're a professor, you're a researcher, you are an epidemiologist, you are an immunologist, you are a microbiologist. That is the expertise. It gives you power. So to succeed as a leader, that knowledge is important. You have done ACCA, CPA, you've done SIPS, chartered. That is power. So it is important that when you are in a position of leadership, you try as much as possible to avoid ignorance. Yes, you try as much as possible, because the two cannot stay in the same. You can't be a leader and you afford to be ignorant. Meaning that when you're in a position of leadership, you must be yearning to always learn, add on. Even when you're a professor, like my elder here, Emeritus Professor Sewankambo, he's seated here listening to me. I'm excited because everything you add on knowledge, and that gives more power. That means that tomorrow you'll be speaking with authority, and that is power. So legitimacy, either you are appointed, you have a tool, either you have expertise or knowledge, you can call the shots. Okay. People know that, so and so is the expert in this. They don't have to be appointed or elected, but because of expertise, they have the what? The third, which is important also in leadership, the source, the breeding ground for leadership power is what we call referent power, reference. You must be a point of reference. Now this is power that is derived through the character of a person that enables them to derive loyalty, admiration. Some people gain power through loyalty and admiration. So power is referred to them. That's where most of these religious leaders or elders like Professor Sewankambo are. Professor Sewankambo doesn't need to have he has been a principal, he has been a dean, he doesn't need to have anything. But by virtue of the admiration that people have, people will give him loyalty. If you say that now he's a project leader who is going to, you understand what I mean. Take away his expertise, okay? Even if he doesn't have any appointment or letter or is not elected or whatever, but by virtue of the followers agreeing that no, on this matter, so and so, that is referent power, people referring to you. So make sure that you position yourself in such a way that the group or the followers can believe in you or can admire you. Because again, that is important. Admiration. There are people who are seated at the back, but when you ask about, everybody will say, no, it is so and so. That is referent power. Admiration, loyalty. It belongs, you must work for it in terms of your character, honesty, integrity. Those are now the building blocks for you to gain referent power. But you need it for leadership to succeed. The other one will come from resource power or reward power. You need resources. That's why we talked about power and resources. When you have resources, then you have power. Haven't you seen a young man who is wealthy being called Muzei? Yes, you can see an 22, 23, 24, 5, 20s. So it's a Muzei, because he has the young people these days call it color. He has the color. He has the wherewithal too. So resources, you can't afford to be a leader and then you are also deprived of what? So you need to work hard because you can't be poor and then present yourself to call the shots, say do this, do this. People will start saying, what are you talking about? So resources are important. I have unpacked this. I have taken long on this, but somehow it deals with many things. I'll run away from there. So at the institutional level, the rationale for leadership is represented by legitimacy. I've already talked about it. Stakeholder participation. Stakeholder is important. Like we did the mapping. You must always, if you want to succeed as MakBRC in our strategy, in our leadership, let us know who are our stakeholders, what do they need. You do a mapping and make sure you strive to serve their what? Interest. That your team and group strives to serve that interest is important. Accountability is very, very important. Accountability. And accountability, when we talk about accountability, many people think about money and presenting receipts. I've been advanced with money, then I have to present a receipt. That is a very, very, very rudimentary way of understanding accountability. It's not just about money advanced and presenting a receipt. Now, accountability is the responsibility to provide a satisfactory explanation over the use of power and resources entrusted to you. In simple terms, accountability is that obligation, that responsibility that you have to provide a satisfactory explanation over the use of power, authority, and resources entrusted to you. Now, that is the simple and the overarching definition of accountability. You must provide a satisfactory explanation over the use of power, over the use of that authority, and also resources entrusted to you. Because it is a trust, meaning that you have been given some level of authority and power and some resources to execute, to utilize. But then you have the obligation to hand back the goodwill of that trust. Because leadership is a trust. So accountability becomes important. So as a university, we expect that. And that is the expectation. At the institutional level, we say that leadership must be accountable. The other one is transparency. That is part of the process. Whatever you are doing, because that's what will bring you closer to your stakeholders. The moment you are transparent in your system, that if you want money, even if I'm the ED, even if I'm the project PI, there must be a transparent process. I make a requisition. Even if I appointed you as the staff who is the accountant or the team or what, but even if I want resources, that transparency is important. A requisition must be generated. Or you tell your personal assistant or secretary, generate a requisition for this activity, which is in our work plan and which is also in our budget. That is the transparency process you are talking about. Even if I am the signatory of the account, I don't just get a checkbook or tell them, give me a checkbook, I sign. I am Joloba, the other signatory is Professor Wembo. We withdraw, since we have agreed, the two of us, let us sign and withdraw money. You understand what I mean? That's the leadership. There must be transparent processes. Efficiency, effective service delivery, efficient. The word efficiency, the notion of efficiency is something to do with value for money. Okay? Effectiveness is about achieving a goal or an objective that you have set. Efficiency has to do with the input and the output relationship, exactly. Input, output. Okay? So if I can minimize the input but maximize the output, then I'm more efficient. Okay? Effectiveness is about achieving a goal, okay, over a period of time, because it's also time reflective. Effectiveness has time. That's why you say that this medicine is effective. Not efficient is what? Effective. Because if somebody had a headache and can use Panadol of whichever company, all that, but that Panadol will require you to put your head down for another 1 hour, and then the headache goes. But then there is also a Panadol that costs 10,000. Somebody takes a tab, okay, in just 2 minutes, they are even running and rolling that. Both are Panadols, but for me, I'm giving as a layman, I'm not. But you can have Panadol, but one needs you 1 hour in order to get okay. The other one, you just need what? A few minutes, and then you are back on the one. So which is more effective? But the other one that is more effective, you buy 10,000 a tab. It's very costly. Okay? But this one of 1,000 a tab or whatever is less costly, but it will take you more time. So those measures are important. Efficiency, effectiveness. So in leadership, you must try to look at those measures of performance. And so service delivery requires both. You must be efficient, you must be effective. Okay? You must solve the problem on time and address the target of the goal. Fair and effective policy and legal framework is very, very important. That's why I was happy when I learned that in part of building the MakBRC, you invested some bit of time and resources in developing policy and regulatory framework. You need a procurement manual, you need a financial manual, you need whatever human resource manual you need. These are important because your leadership will be very difficult and deprived if you don't have this. This becomes the critical tools. So we expect you as a university, as an institution of the university, to have these policies and regulatory framework. Because even if you are not there tomorrow, systems can move. Because you have the manuals that guide what? Performance and all that kind of thing. So it's important that in a center of excellence, you have these ones I have highlighted. So even if I stopped here, I would have really done my bid. But today we are talking about the changing context, because traditionally universities and even they were seen as public good, just distribute goods. But today we are no longer even the ivory tower as a university. The point I'm putting across in this slide is that there are too many demands and expectations today beyond the traditional organization where, as a university entity like MakBRC, the expectations are broad. The world out there, our national development plan, the government expects us to move away from the ivory towers, Makerere University, and transform our society in many respects, in agricultural, environmental sciences, in health sciences. If there are pandemics, if there are problems like we had Ebola, like we have had COVID-19, Makerere, the expectation is that Makerere must move away from the ivory tower and get into the community. That's why we are involved in surveillance, we are involved in, you understand? So this is the broader expectation of leadership of an entity like MakBRC. We are challenged, and not only that, we are challenged by having the business-like styles of management approach. You don't stay here because government has not given us the money. This is not how. You must be creative, innovative. You must be responsiveness, economy. You must be able to have value for money. Know that the resources are scarce, but have to optimize it. You must be efficient. You must be effective. And that's important in that. So that is the changing context of universities and also the changing context of our agencies, including our Center of Excellence. We must work with the private sector. We must be organic, have organic linkage with the communities through shared research. That's the last bullet here. Shared linkages. We must make our penetrate through the community. Whatever we do must find its value to the broader stakeholder. Who are the community? Ugandans. And here their lives and well-being are important. We are challenged to move away from theory to practical solutions, to government, to community. Again, the same thing. The research we do should not just be publications. That's why we need the centers of excellence like MakBRC, because you create a vehicle for us as a university to translate this research that we make into knowledge products, knowledge services, into policies. The other day you were being credited. But by the way, I don't know if I gave you this feedback. You, Moses Jolova, and your group and other guys in the College Health Center. I was with the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Thomas Tayabu. He was here telling me, "Nano, your MAC team in Makerere has helped us." There was one of the laws, the Acts of Parliament, where you know, literally, it's Makerere University team that brought in the technical whatever to make that Act of Parliament. And this is what I'm talking about, that we must move away from theory to provide the solutions, either in policy, in government, or translating, and what have you. And this is the expectation of leadership. So your leadership must be looking at those levels of providing what? Students and our clients, where there are students, you can put clients increasingly want their participation in a number of things. Okay. Involvement, stakeholder involvement in what you are doing is important. That's what this point is trying to make. University operational experience, expectation. What does our experience in offering leadership to the following processes? In other words, I posed it in form of a question. What are your experiences? And as leadership, you must reflect on these. They are important. The research program design and project development. How do you design your projects? How do you identify a project for which you are going to write a proposal and then seek out a grant? That afterthought, that thinking process is very, very important. Are you driven by a call that your approach to project design is only about calls when they have been, or your approach is that you have already planned and thought through that in this year, this will be our focus in this area. Or are you being proactive that the project design, that it is you design the project and take it to a potential fund and say, this is what we want to do, and we think by doing it, we will address such and such a problem and such an issue. So as leadership, you need to reflect, because we have also seen centers, research centers and entities. For them, they are just like machines looking which call is there, which website, which is there. So I just respond to call. Like they don't have a clear, they have not cut out a focus and locus. So that is point number one, research program design, project design. Secondly, in project implementation, having got these projects implementation, do we consider, again, going back to the roots, who are the stakeholders that we need to bring on board to help us implement? Because that will give you visibility if you involve the stakeholders in your project implementation. It will give you feasibility, but it will also give you opportunity for scaling up your project. So in project implementation, look at your stakeholder, the broader stakeholder mapping. That's why we began with it. As leadership, it is important, because leadership is about influencing human behavior towards achievement of a goal. Okay. So in this case, the expectation is that look at what are the implementation processes. Again, this takes you back to the other frameworks you developed, the policies, the procedures, the manuals, the whatever, because again, those are going to keep you aligned and they are going to keep you consistent. It's another important point of reflection. And the issue is, what does your experience in offering leadership to those processes reveal? I posed it as a question, but each one of them you can unpack it and expand it. And I intend to end here, because the rest of the slides are simply trying to run through this, but I have said even much more that is in the subsequent slides. So the implementation is important, okay? You map out the stakeholders. What is important here is that try as much as possible as a leader to bring, as you are implementing, publicize, create visibility for what you are doing. Don't just implement in a small team and everything, and then you call a dissemination and then bring here and say, these are results, and then you get a video here and write a report and say, this is what we did and this is accountability. That's a very, very narrow and small perspective of doing it. So project implementation is important. Look at stakeholders, look at the policies, the procedures that you are doing. Look at those that can help you and those who are going to benefit from it. What are their concerns? What are their expectations? Because those help you in the next project design, that what you have completed today as a project on a particular client which was focused, if you tried to galvanize and expand it and pick out the other expectations, it will now be knowledge or information that will help you in your next project. What? Design. The third is about research, project innovations, and IP. Now, as a MakBRC, our expectation as a university, we need to look at, or the leadership will need to look at your experience in innovations. Because we must be innovative today. Universities and research institutes are expected to be the hubs of innovation. The hubs of innovation. Here we must look at many things. Okay. Innovations, are there products that are coming out? It's not just a study. That study, can it create information? Can it inform policy? Can it inform practice? Can it create certain tools? Even a tool developed. Some of the research that you conduct, you can actually design a small training program of 2 weeks. Okay? To the community, or a TOT. You design some small curriculum and all that. Now that becomes a program for capacity building, for mentorship. So the point in this point, number 3 here, is that the research that we do must have some innovative aspect, something new that it is creating, that value that it is adding. And that is the expectation of the university, which helped you to establish a center of excellence, but it is also our expectation to the leadership of MakBRC. Number 4, research translation, knowledge transfer and partnerships. It's part of the university strategic plan, and it is also our entry point into the national development plan. We must be able to, on point number 3, I didn't tell you, on IP, we need to see more patents coming out. The problem with you scientists, when you do things, you quickly run and disseminate and do whatever and all. You must get some good, maybe orientation and training too, because IP has also become very, very important. And there is a lot of values today. A lot of values, a lot of wealth that can and capacity that can be built from the IPs. As an institution, it gives us more ranking. If you have more patents, okay, or innovations that have been registered that will spur Makerere's, okay, ranking. And when you are ranked highly, that means that many of our partners will be looking for us, and maybe they will be giving us more resources to do work. You understand that value chain? Okay. So that value chain is very, very important. Okay. So what you are doing, look at through, is there any something patentable? Probably you need, as MakBRC, get more, in studies, training or somehow awareness about IP and all that kind of thing. It has different levels, but now Makerere, we have established an IPMO, Intellectual Property Management Office. They sit at CTF2. Please utilize them. But also at DRGT, Professor Robert Wamala, Deputy Director, Research Innovations, is passionate. We have a new IP policy and many others. So want that. Research translation, knowledge transfer partnerships, it's important. Whatever we do through this must translate into, okay, products, services, tools, techniques, policies, and many others that can, but we should also strive to get a partnership. Of course, how is our experience with the other stakeholder support processes, the students through training? Because we expect you, through whatever you are doing in the MakBRC, to feed into pathology as a department training, to feed into microbiology, to feed into immunology. Whatever you are doing must feed into the training. And I'm happy from the little that I know, including the resources that you mobilize, the labs, the whatever, must help to train our students. Is it extending the support processes to the students, the training? But this is important. So that through the Research Center of Excellence, either the equipment you have got as you are conducting this project is helping to train. So that must be very, very important. Is it also helping addressing the staff welfare, support and development? Because this is another area of importance. Whatever you do, how much are you investing in the human capital? Through training, refresher training, through support, because some of your staff might be picking another small course in this, certified course in this, or even doing a master's in this. You must build this human capital development, because leadership must be able to support the internal stakeholder, and the most internal critical stakeholder is the human resource, your staff. Professor Jolva, Professor Wembo, your staff. Those who on 1 year contract, 2 year contract, 3 year contract, whatever contract. Is there some added value that you are giving them to build their career, their expertise, their proficiency in doing work? So you must invest in human resource, because it's the most important, and it is what will create even sustainability in what you are doing. So you support the training in the students, you must also take care of the internal stakeholder, but also invest in the work environment. Many times we forget about this. What is your experience as leadership in the work environment? People run like zombies every day, running here, moving there. Have you got some vehicle or a motorcycle? Somebody is a messenger or something, moving documents here or samples or whichever case may be. Creative way. Have some motorcycles. That's part of the work environment. The work environment, by the way, has transcended the traditional work environment of like a building or an office like this. With the era of ICT and digitization, the workplace has gone beyond that physical boundaries of your organization. Even home today, people are in airport lounges, the gadget, a laptop, a tab, giving it to your work is part of the work environment to ease the work. For data, for communication, for doing what, you understand? So when you talk about the work environment, don't just talk about beautifying the chair, the table. You can have a coffee maker there. You can have some good chair, but even the chairs, these stacked pairs, sometimes people are now, young people view you are the health people. Our backs are, for sitting long hours, our backs are getting too have you bought an orthopedic chair or something like that? Especially for people who sit for long periods of time. That's about the work environment. So leadership must also put a torch into that. Colleagues, I won't take you all the other slides. I have summarized everything. Whatever you see in these other slides are part and parcel of what I've talked about. I thank you very much for listening to me. I welcome any questions or answers.
Thank you very much, Professor Kakumba, for that very insightful talk, for the words of wisdom. It's been really a worthwhile day. We have really, really gotten a lot of information from very experienced presenters. We are really grateful. Thank you so much. So I would like to call the chair board to give closing remarks, and then we shall be ready to leave. Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, our MC, for the opportunity I have been given to close this meeting. It's a challenge to talk about at the end of very experienced speakers. I may not entertain you as they have. I'll try my best. I will ask you to start by clapping for our speakers. Yes. Professor Kakumba, I must say I've been humbled by the group you have helped us to bring here. They have given us very nice talks. Me as an individual, I have learned a lot. First from very nice presentations, but also they have let me know how much I don't know and how much work we may need to do our work better as a board in MakBRC. I've particularly enjoyed the way the presentations have been made. They have been using very good examples, telling us stories. I have been enjoying myself. I have learned from two of my very good teachers. I can share with you some of the experiences. One of these was Professor Raphael Awori. He was in the Department of Pathology. And one day he came to give us a lecture on wound healing. Moses was in that lecture. You may not remember what I'm sharing with you. But he began by telling us that he wanted to walk through casualty. And he found this nurse poking her forceps in the wound of a patient. And he kept wondering whether this lady knows anything about wound healing. And he said, I wonder if she knew what I'm going to share with you, whether she would be doing that. And he began his lecture on wound healing. About 30 years later, I still remember that lecture. So the examples can drive learning home, and we have had a lot of this. Another example is from someone in our audience, Professor Nelson Sewankamp. I'm not sharing because he's here. It is one of my role models, and he has chosen to do some of his retirement work in my department.
So we talk about him as one of our own, even if he comes from medicine. It was a time when we had started problem-based learning in the Faculty of Medicine then. And the students first came to our department. And I was privileged sometimes to be one of the people to talk to these students. It was a great honor to be the first person in the faculty to talk to the new students. So when we started PBL, they introduced something called early clinic exposure. So students would go to the wards, sometimes even before they come to the basic science department. It felt like a loss. And somebody asked the question, why are you taking these students to the ward when they don't know basic sciences? And I thought, we have someone supporting us. And Professor Nelson Sowankambu gave a response to that gentleman. He gave an example and said, colleagues from pathology, when they come here, they probably don't come to study pathology. After being here, they may want to contribute to health profession education. Maybe they go to that unit. But when you come from your village as a first year, do you want to go to anatomy to study human remains? Isn't it better to take you to the ward and see that big professor in surgery putting on his coat, conducting his business in the clinic? And thereafter you can appreciate why you should learn the basic sciences. I keep using this example in my teaching. So I loved these examples being given today. And I would request you that we thank our teachers again for well-delivered lectures. I will end with a quotation from the Bible. It's in Ecclesiastes 7:12. It says something about wisdom. Wisdom protects the life of its owner. Wisdom, by definition, is knowledge put into action. If you have knowledge and you don't put it into action, you're not wise. Hope we are going to be wise, that the knowledge we have got, the gaps we have been shown, we are going to work upon them, so that next time we invite this group, we are on a better page. Thank you very much for attending the workshop. Wish you a safe travel back home.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Chair, Board. And thank you all members for participating. Yes. Prof. It's not. Okay, so Sam, you can.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Just a few housekeeping reminders and remarks to our dear directors. Just to confirm that we are going to have a report from our trainers, and that report will be shared with you. I think it will be very resourceful for us as a team. But we particularly want your questions. We are very interested in your questions, and if you have any follow-up questions, even after this training, please figure out a way to get them to us as a secretariat. We are glad to receive them and pass them over to our trainers for their responses within the reports for our follow-up training. Otherwise, thank you so much for your attention. Okay, Rose. Yes. I think Rose is correcting those. Thank you. That's really what I wanted to communicate. And even to the wider community, if you have any questions that you think were not well articulated or aired out, our trainers are very glad to respond to them as they return our reports. Thank you very much, and have a safe journey back home. Thank you.